Assalamualaikum. Good morning semua. Apa khabar? Kita kembali semula ke Tangkak 2.0, Daniel.
Tangkak 2.0 untuk pusingan 8.
Yes, pusingan ke-8. Suasana hari ini ceria dan juga cuaca cukup-cukup baik untuk kita nak menyaksikan saingan yang pastinya akan semakin sengit terutama dalam kategori kelas perdana, Daniel.
Betul, dari CP150 still ada battle untuk championship. Tapi nampaknya Afif ada kelebihan sikit
Ya.
points championship. So ini akan jadi perhaps the deciding round.
Tak sabar saya, Daniel. Dan selain CP150, CP125 juga sengit. Dua-dua Syafiq. Syafiq Rasul, Syafiq Rosli masih lagi dalam keadaan yang terbuka. Saya rasa bukan hanya mereka berdua lah. Semua mahu memberikan saingan menuju. Kalau termasuk di sini ada 3 pusingan lagi, Daniel.
Betul-betul. After this kita ada bagi dua lagi and it's going to be an interesting round. So, kita kena...
Mesra.
Betul, kita kena share mic. Sorry, pagi mic ni belum bangun lagi. So yes, kita ada bagi 3 round including this one. And it's going to be interesting lah bang. Sebab memang deciding round sekarang ni.
Selain mendebarkan dan menarik untuk setiap pelumba, Daniel, peminat-peminat penonton juga masih lagi dalam keadaan mendebarkan kerana setiap pusingan mereka menanti hadiah motosikal untuk happy bag cabutan bertuah. Juga masih berpeluang di sini, Daniel.
Betul. Kita ada, kalau saya tak silap, motor Honda RS150 untuk minggu ni.
Jadi kepada anda, jangan lupa datang ramai-ramai. Masuk bayar ke free? Saya macam interview Daniel pula.
Macam biasa free saja.
Jadi anda boleh datang, bukan hanya nak memenangi hadiah, tapi Daniel, pastinya yang datang ini, yang menonton ialah peminat yang mahu menyaksikan debaran, persaingan, aksi di depan mata, terutamanya pelumba-pelumba kesayangan mereka. Mungkin sedikit Daniel, apa yang Daniel boleh berikan expectation untuk kira umumnya setiap kategori lain?
Memang buat expectation susah. Tapi yang kita boleh pasti is especially dekat second last dengan last turn ni akan ada drama. Confirm. Sampai last lap, adalah yang nak dive masuk, ada yang nak cuba ambil line outside. So ini adalah interesting talking points yang kita akan saksikan nanti lah. For now, kita tunggu CP150 keluar. Dah boleh dengar dalam motor.
Dan jangan lupa saksikan secara langsung di Facebook sepanjang hari ini dan juga esok paling penting adalah selain selepas kelayakan ada shootout, supol dan perlumbaan di esok juga di Facebook, Esok Arena dan juga di RTM. Okey Daniel, dan juga anda, kita jumpa sekejap lagi. Baik, Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi semua. Sekali lagi kita kembali untuk saingan Malaysian Cub Prix Pusingan yang ke-8. Kembali semula di Tangkak sebagaimana pusingan yang kedua hari ini, hari yang pertama. Hari yang akan yang baru saja bermula untuk saingan latihan bebas yang pertama untuk CP 150. Selepas 7 pusingan Daniel, persaingan terutama dalam kategori ini adalah masih lagi sengit. Ini adalah berbaki masih lagi awal dalam 5 minit pertama. Ada seorang pelumba yang jatuh.
Helmi Osman, he's involved in that
yep,
with one of the 1XX bikes. I'm not sure if that was Akid, but we'll have another look at that and see whether it was Akid that was involved in that with Helmi. So a bit of a rocky start for Helmi there on the Honda. We know, of course, this weekend the Yamahas have the RPM limit. Their limit has been reduced. So okay, that's one of the... Oh dear, that's between Helmi and I believe that's an awkward crash. I think that was Helmi and Ramdan Rosli, if I judge by the color of the helmets. That was a big fall as well. It's going to hurt his shoulder a little bit, but for now the riders do continue. There's Azra. He's just doing his usual thing, just doing a lot of laps, being consistent as always. But for now, the fastest in this session has been Kazma Daniel at 43.948. Some good lap times coming in from a lot of the riders actually. Both Kazma and Akid performing remarkably well. We know Akid as well, he's quite strong in Tangkak. So theoretically, right now, of course, Azroy still has a mathematical chance to catch back in the championship, but it is quite a gap. It's a 38-point gap between himself and Afif. But for now, Nazrul Izzat and Izzat Zaidi, they still stay within reach. So this can be a big deciding round in regards to this championship. And Afif, speaking of Afif, he's not having a great start to the round as of yet. This morning so far only done 4 laps. He sits in 11th at 55.586. Not exactly where he would like to be. But yeah, Azroy's charge for the championship came short when he had a DNF in Terengganu last round, and that was really unfortunate for him because he was really climbing in back the points, and had he had finished in the top 3, he would be well within points reach of the likes of Afif in the top 3, but it is looking really tough for him. Kasma, however, has had some great performances. He had a win in round 4, he had another win the other day in Terengganu, and he sits with 63 points out of the championship fight, but still quite a performer, and we can expect him to shake up the way the championship is going to line up.
Ya, itu gambaran persaingan dalam kategori ini, terutamanya menuju perlumbaan pusingan yang ke-8 adalah sangat-sangat penting untuk setiap pelumba untuk memberikan cabaran. Tapi dalam keseluruhan ini, Afif, sebagaimana dia katakan sebelum ini, dia setiap pusingan dia berhati-hati satu dan juga fokus untuk mendapatkan saingan ataupun mata untuk memastikan dia konsisten sehinggalah pusingan ke-7 ini.
Yeah, I was mentioning earlier that Afif wasn't having a great morning, but straight away he's back up into first now at 43.7. The fastest time we've had here before was by Hazik Fairuz with a 43.272. So we know the benchmark is in the lower to mid 43s, and a 43.6 from Akid, immediately bested by Afif at 43.5. So there we go. The lap time's dropping next stop every time. But now we have 6 minutes left in free practice 1. It is CP150A and CP150B after this. That is of course due to our grid limitation of 24 bikes.
Jadi yang menonton live sekarang ini, kami mengalu-alukan anda untuk hadir, untuk menyaksikan secara langsung, untuk lebih dekat menyaksikan lebih dekat pelumba-pelumba yang sebenarnya semua hebat, memberikan saingan yang terbaik sebagaimana anda perhatikan sekarang, iaitu Kasma Daniel. Dan kalau ikutkan catatan masa dilakukan oleh Kasma adalah yang terbaik tadi, 43.777 saat. Dia berada di belakang Izzat Zaidi dan di belakang Akid serta di belakang Afif. Kasma, ya, tadi dia pun dah kongsikan dia cemerlang di pusingan yang ke-7 lalu di Terengganu. Kasma kalau Terengganu ni antara favourite dia. Dalam musim inilah dua pusingan di podium adalah di Terengganu.
Yeah, I remember Grossman in an interview, he was saying that he feels he should become a Terengganu-born person now, but he still has love for his roots in Johor. And this is technically a home race for him. We are in Johor, we are in Tangkak. So we know that Grossman has been strong here, but he's going to have to find a little bit more to bring the fight back in. But for now, we look at the championship leader with 122 points. He has an 18-point lead over Nazirul Izzat. His teammate is in third, Izzat Zaidi, with 102 points, so a 20-point gap between the pair of them. Now, I really wonder, because we have Afif, who has a clear advantage going into round 8. Will Izzat become a helping hand to Afif, or will Izzat think, I still can win this championship, so let me fight for the win as well? It's a tricky situation for these two riders. But likewise for Nazirul Izzat, right now Kasma can be the helping hand for Nazirul, because if Kasma is able to block off the riders, let Nazirul Izzat get the win, he can help Nazirul Izzat to climb back the points all the way down to the final round. It's going to be really interesting as we come into the race day tomorrow.
Banyak aspek yang akan perlu kita perhatikan dia fikir setiap pelumba untuk kedudukan yang persaingan semakin menuju penghujung untuk menutup tirai musim 2022 ini. Berbaki kurang 3 minit 30 saat lagi untuk tamat sesi yang pertama, sesi latihan bebas untuk CP150A. Dan selepas ini akan ada CP150B. Ini adalah Akid. Kita bersama dengan onboard Akid dari Akid. Mungkin sudah pun keluar dari keadaan setakat ini, keadaan yang cukup baik Daniel, menerusi keadaan cuaca, keadaan litar. Ya, tadi awal masa kita intro Daniel ada kongsikan di selekoh yang terakhir ya, kalau kita perhatikan selekoh yang akan menjadi penentu dalam keadaan perlumbaan nanti untuk setiap pelumba.
Definitely the second last and the last turn has always brought action. Right here where you see Faizaki going in, this is where the riders can choose many different lines. They can try to push other riders out wide, and then it's the run down into the last turn, but it's always drama, always late braking, seeing who can go dive in deepest and who can exit on the corner the fastest and who can get on the throttle the most. It's going to be a really enticing battle all the way down to the line. And as you can see, the top 4 riders are only gapped by 0.1 seconds. There's barely anything in the timings between these riders, so it's going to be quite the battle as we go throughout the day. I'm just trying to confirm the information that we shared beforehand in regards to the RPM limit that was implemented.
Lebih 40 saat lagi. Kedudukan untuk setiap pelumba, Kasma masih dalam kedudukan terbaik dengan 43.520. Catatan masa terpantas yang dilakukan ketika lap yang ke-13 tadi, manakala yang kita perhatikan adalah Syahrul Shazras dalam kedudukan yang ke-8 menerusi catatan masa yang dilakukan dengan 44.246 setakat ini. Kalau kita perhatikan kedudukan Syahrul Shazras juga dah selepas 7 pusingan. Kita masih ingat dalam pusingan yang lalu di Terengganu tidak menambahkan perlumbaan, dan keseluruhan Syahrul Shazras berada di kedudukan yang ke-15 dengan mengumpul 17 mata. Musim inilah musim yang agak struggle untuk Syahrul Shazras. Kita kembali saksikan kedudukan Kasma Daniel di lap yang ke-16 di lap terakhir 43.663. Konsisten catatan masih dilakukan oleh Kasma.
Yeah, so even though the Yamaha, so I just read the letter where it states the difference right now. So the Yamahas are limited to 13,600 RPM, whereas the Hondas have a 14,000 14,500 RPM limit. So that's a gap of 900 RPM between the two bikes. But for now, it looks like the Yamahas are doing fine. They're still able to be locking out the top 4 as it is. And yeah, so the Hondas still have their work cut out for them. And I think that just proves how much work these teams have put in the past few days ever since the notice. And they've managed to... Ooh, a kid going wide there. But yeah, they just managed to find out how to go around it, perhaps put in more torque early on or get the power to peak in the tuning earlier on. It's an adaptation that the riders have to go and try to find their rhythm with once again. But looking at the way Kasma, Afif Akid and Izzat Zaidi are doing, it's not really bothering them too much, and they're doing quite well. And yeah, it's a 43.5 from both Kasma and Afif and Akid, as well as Izzat Zaidi.
Baiklah, kita teruskan untuk kumpulan yang kedua. CP150B membabitkan 14 pelumba dalam sesi latihan bebas yang pertama. Dan 14 pelumba ini ialah Izam Iqmal, Muzakir Muhammad, Aiman Tairudin, Raizman Said, Edan Hakimi, Hazi Fairuz, Nazrul Izzat, Iqbal Amri, Khairul Ikhwan, Hari Ashraf, Afizah Supan, Faris Amir, Muhammad Azhar Jalil dan juga Syafiq Izzarik.
There's not many names who are fighting in this championship itself, the top 4, except for Nazrul Izzat. So he's going to try and find his way into the fighting positions for the Super Pool. Of course, we're going to have 5 from here and 5 from the A group. It's one of those races again when we're in a small circuit and we have the split between A and B. And it's going to be an interesting Super Bowl. The battle for the top 5 in each group is always going to be spectacular. Everyone's just trying to find their way into Super Bowl. For now, it's the pace setter. Who can set the early pace? We've seen the mid 43.5s about that. The top 4 in the CP150A all doing 43.5. So that's the benchmark set. Definitely Haziq, he'll be fighting for his pride. He'll want to find his way onto the podium as well. Izam, we know, aggressive rider. This will be a circuit that suits him quite well. Oh, one thing that skipped over my mind is Idlan Hakimi has made his way up into the CP150 class. So I must say, what a jump it has been for Idlan Hakimi. He came into the WIRA class, did spectacularly, came into the CP125, had specks of brilliance, but was just a bit struggling here and there. Came into the MSBK 250 recently, absolutely dominated, and now he's up into the CP150 already. Idlan is definitely a rider to look out for, and yeah, he makes his way into the CP150 for the 8th round of the 2022 season.
Itu menariknya untuk CP150 pusingan yang ke-8. Haziq dalam kedudukan mahu mendapatkan catatan yang terbaik. Kalau kita perhatikan di sini, terpantas ialah dia lakukan 43.272 saat, Daniel, untuk best lap yang dilakukan oleh pelumba ini. Fairuz, dia pun sudah pun mencatatkan catatan terpantas tadi dengan 43.684 untuk mendahului dalam catatan masa yang masih lagi awal. Yang menyaksikan untuk setiap pelumba masih mencari-cari kedudukan ataupun mendapatkan rentak menuju sesi seterusnya. Nazrul Izzat sememangnya kita dah kongsikan awal tadi, dia cukup penting di sini. Dia terus perlu memberikan saingan, perlu mendapatkan tambal mata yang kalau boleh semaksimum. Arti kata lain kena menang lah kat sini kalau nak berikan tentangan kepada Afif.
So Haziq and Nazrul, they're both fighting in the championship still, and we know that Haziq, he absolutely loves this circuit. So Haziq will be looking for a really good finish. He has a lap record as well, and already early on a very strong time. Both laps that he's done in the past 2 laps has been a 43.6, so he's got that consistency already set in. So now it's a matter of who can catch up to the likes of Afif, and where does Afif finish in round 8, because that's going to be the real question mark. We know that Haziq is strong. We know that the likes of Nazrul Izzat, he's also been consistent and strong. We know the likes of Izzat Zaidi as well this season has been absolutely spectacular. You see, he got the win in Jumpul as well. So Afif has the pressure. He has to defend the lead if he wants to win the championship, and that's just going to be a really tough task when you have all these 4 riders hunting down your back of your neck. And it's going to be a real firework of a race coming up tomorrow. But for now, it's a CP150B practice, and Haziq Fairuz is still the fastest. Another 43.6, this time a 43.672. 3 laps in a row, a 43.6 from Haziq. Here we're looking at Khairul Ikhwan Ajiz, who's running in, just shifted again. He's gone up into 8th for now, 44.755 on that lap. It's fastest at 43.9. Ooh, Sharul Shazraz there getting a bit, sorry, Idlan Hakimi there getting a bit sketchy on the exit. And for now, Iqbal Amri as well, a 43.5. So Haziq has set the fastest time so far in these practice sessions, a 43.4 from Haziq Faris. Yeah, here's Idlan Hakimi, who's made his way up from the CP1 to 5. Yeah, he's made that error just now at the chicane, so 47.2 is all he bested on that lap. But he's done a 44.72, so not too bad for Idlan Hakimi at all at this juncture. Still has a lot of learning to be done. We'll see where he places as he gets through the sessions. Idlan is one of those riders with quite a good resume. He's been in the Thailand Talent Cup, he had podiums over there, has gone up to the MSBK 250s, done a good job over there. Into the Asia Racing as well, he's been up into the points. CP1 to 5 WIRA, he's been always fighting for higher positions. Now we see him on the CP150 on the Premier Class bike, and he comes across a 44.688, his fastest time so far.
Masih ada masa Daniel, kalau ikutkan ini barulah sesi yang pertama dan juga masih ada ruang untuk Idlan Hakimi terutama untuk menyesuaikan kerana perbezaan kelas itu adalah satu keadaan ini keadaan yang perlu diberikan perhatian. Zamir Kemal dan Syafiq Zarik tadi, itu gambaran yang akan berlaku dalam perlombaan di sini di seleko yang terakhir dalam keadaan seleko tajam dan juga mereka mahu mengambil peluang untuk memintas. Sudah seleko 9. Seleko ini menarik yang ditangkap, dia ada rolling, naik turun, turun kemudian naik, climb terutama dia menuju antara 4, 5, 6, 7 tu.
So we have this is one of the only tracks in Malaysia where we have a proper elevation like we do in Tangkak, and it's almost a miniature Laguna Seca like they have in the circuit in America. So it's really one of those nice circuits that we like to have. It brings a different dynamic to the whole championship. And having ridden here before, that chicane is very, very sketchy at times because it is a very hard uphill. Well, for this part, it's a slight uphill and then a really aggressive downhill right-hander here. And it's a really tricky one to get your head around. It's so easy to lose grip over there. And you have to get your line absolutely pinpoint perfect. And there we go. Zamir Kemal as usual with his tail sliding, the aggressive riding style. Ayman constantly looking down at his bike there. I wonder whether something's not really fitting him so far, but he has done a 43.5, but hold on a second. Haziq has just set a new lap record of 43.271. He's beaten his previous lap record by 0. He's just done it again, a 43.269. Haziq is the only rider who's done below the 43.5. So Iqbal Amri as well doing an absolutely great job so far. 43.5 is his fastest. But Haziq is just untouchable right now. He's in his rhythm. He's done 11 laps, and every lap has been absolutely rapid. Now we fully hit through that tricky chicane, a downhill, and then it's straight onto the second last turn. And I wonder whether Haziq's going to get even faster here, but he might have a bit of traffic as he comes into the last turn now. But he moves out his way well, and let's see what he does as he comes across the line. Onto the exit is Haziq. It's a 43.6 on this lap, but 43.269, a new lap record from Haziq Faris.
Selain pelumba-lumba yang kita sebut untuk memberikan tentangan, Haziq ini juga perlu mendapatkan ataupun menggunakan peluang di sini. Dia sebenarnya mempunyai keupayaan. Kalau kita perhatikan pada pusingan yang kedua, dia di podium di kedudukan yang kedua. Selain jelas kita tahu catatan masa yang pantas. Jadi mungkin kerana Haziq ni untuk musim ni kita tengok beberapa kali dalam keadaan free practice, dalam keadaan qualifying, Super Pole pun dia dalam kedudukan yang baik. Berapa? Di Terengganu umpamanya Daniel. Tapi dalam keadaan perlumbaan itu mungkin dia perlu memberikan fokus untuk menempatkan, untuk memastikan di podium sekali lagi di pusingan yang ke-8 terutamanya ini Daniel.
Yeah, speaking of focus, I think he's done so many laps that his tires started heating up a bit and made a bit of an error coming into the last turn there. But we have someone out. I believe that is the likes of... It's definitely one of the 1XX bikes, but we're trying to figure out who that would be. For now,
Muzakir,
yeah.
bukan?
I don't think that's Muzakir. I have a feeling that is Muhammad Razaiman, perhaps. But yeah, as we were saying about Haziq, Haziq has been so fast in practices, qualifyings, but he just hasn't had that little bit of venom when it came into the race. He's lacking just that little bit extra. But we know he has a pace, and if he can stitch that in together for this round, he will be quite well into the fight for the championship with, well, after this round, it'll be only 50 points remaining up for grabs. And this is racing. Anything can happen, especially when we're talking about the Cub Prix Championship. Anything is possible with 3 races remaining.
Masuk nasib dia ni,
Definitely. For now, look at Nazrul Izzat, another contender for the championship. He's running in 6th, not too bad at 43.7, but he does need to find that little bit extra right now. For Muhammad Afizat Supat. He's done a 44.513. He sits in 11th, so a little bit more to be found. Another rider that's done really well is Muhammad Muzakir, 43.6 for him. So he's well into the fight for the top 3 spots in the CP150B group. Muhammad Muzakir has been one of those riders who has been very consistent in practice and qualifying. He's made his way into Superpole quite a number of times. But he just hasn't had it as composed as before. But he's been well within the points. Even points-wise, he hasn't done too badly. He's sitting in 12th with 29 points. So he's been well within the points fighting. He just hasn't had that extra for the top 3 and top 5 positions.
Satu minit lagi. Ini pula lah Syafiq Izzarik. Syafiq Izzarik dalam kedudukan kelima terpantas. 43.659. Yang terbaik dilakukan setakat ini pada pusingan yang ke-10 tadi, lap yang ke-10. Syafiq Izzarik. Diperhatikan kedudukan keseluruhan untuk Syafiq, dia dalam kedudukan yang ke-22 dengan mengumpul 7 mata, 2 pusingan. Di sini juga tidak menamatkan perlombaan. Ditangkap ketika pusingan yang kedua lalu.
Bit of a moment there for Muzakir, I believe that was. That was a bit sketchy. A lot of riders getting a bit sketchy going into the last turn so far in this morning session. I think a lot of them have been doing a lot of laps non-stop. Muzakir has been on a 16-lap stint. So I think perhaps the brakes, the tires, they're getting a bit overheated, and it's getting a bit sketchy when they go in there. But for now, the checker flag is out for the CP150B free practice 1. Shafiq Zarek there, he's pulling out of this lap. He's gone into the relaxed position, shall we say. But for now, the big news in this CP150B free practice and for the CP150 fight all together is Haziq Faris with a new lap record of a 43.269. So Haziq is going to really be piling that pressure onto all the riders in front of him because he is trying to hunt down for this championship. He wants that first place once again. He hasn't gotten a win yet this year. He's had a couple of second place finishes, but he's just been shy of the win. Could round 8 be the round for Haziq Faris?
Assalamualaikum guys, selamat datang ke Malaysian Cub Prix. Macam biasa, jalan-jalan kapcai. Tapi kali ni kita lain sikit. Sebab biasanya Nasha bawa korang pergi makan-makan, menggemukkan badan, lepas tu bawa jalan-jalan. Tapi kali ni, kita nak pergi salah satu kedai dealer arcade yang berada di Sungai Buloh. Nama kedai ni 66 Speed Bike. Dekat sini dengar cerita dia dah jadi dealer arcade hampir 10 tahun, 8 ke 9 tahun macam tu. So, kita dah sampai kat sini, kita nak tanya pengalaman, kita nak bual sikit and apa istimewanya ada dekat kedai ni. So, let's go guys, ikut saya masuk dalam.
Okey, saya adalah pemilik bengkel 66 Speed Bike yang mana bengkel kami telah berusia hampir 8 tahun dah. Kita mainly dekat sini, kedai kami adalah menyediakan perkhidmatan membaik pulih kenderaan motosikal berkuasa tinggi atas daripada 250cc. Tapi kami layan juga motor-motor kapcai Y15 ke RS ke dan sebagainya. Pada tahun 2016, saya try masuk MSBK. Time tu dia tak panggil MSBK, dia panggil The Malaysia Superbike Series. Saya try, kita try masuk 2 round time tu. Saya masuk and then saya dapat, first round saya dapat nombor 3, second round saya dapat nombor 2. And then saya time tu pula bekerja di luar. So kita tak dapat nak meneruskan round yang seterusnya. 2018, kita try the whole season. Tahun 2018 saya masuk the whole season. Time tu dia dah rebranding kepada MSBK. Saya masuk the whole season and then alhamdulillah kita dapatlah overall champion untuk Super Stock B. Okey, bila kita cerita perlumbaan kita memerlukan barang-barang yang mana berprestis ataupun mempunyai kualiti yang tinggi ya. Kita tak naklah tengah-tengah race rantai putus, kita tak naklah tengah-tengah race kita ada isu dengan power delivery kepada tayar kita kan. Pada masa tu arcade approach, memang saya adalah dealer arcade sebenarnya. Memang kita bawa produk arcade daripada hari pertama saya berniaga. Kita memang menggunakan arcade and then arcade approach dia cakap okey kita akan sponsor awak, kita akan bagi set rantai. Saya menggunakan set rantai GWX tak silap saya. Saya gunakan GWX yang mana high end untuk perlumbaan lah. So kita pakai rantai 520 yang mana menggunakan untuk yang perlumbaan special. Saya pakai untuk race, alhamdulillah tak pernah putus. Arcade ni dia ada beberapa produk range. Dia ada harga yang rendah yang mana material dia berbeza dengan harga yang tinggi dan material dia pun berbeza of course. Tetapi dia ada juga range yang mana kita pakaikan untuk customer, harga dia berpatutan dan juga dia tahan lama. Dia orang ada O-ring, dia ada X-ring, sekarang ni dah ada Z-ring, dah ada W-ring, macam-macam ring lah. So daripada segi ketahanan, produk arcade yang kita jual pada customer ni boleh dikatakan antara yang terbaik bagi saya. Buat masa ni antara yang terbaik sebab produk dia tahan lama, lepas tu dia tak mudah kendur. Itu yang paling penting. Tak adalah kena adjust setiap bulan rantai dia apa sebagainya kan. So dia berbaloi lah bagi saya. Produk ni dia ada produk yang berbaloi untuk customer. Sprocket biasa dia kalau yang besi tu tahan lama. Kalau set sprocket rantai boleh tahan, kalau kegunaan biasa 30,000, 40,000 km boleh tahan. Tapi bila kita cerita sprocket yang macam ni kan, dia pakai alloy ke apa sebagainya yang warna-warni ni kan, memang cantik mata tengok jalan depan mata, cantik je kan. Tapi 2 kali 3 kali lumba dah habis haus dah, pecah patah gigi dia kan. So kita kena tengok dia produk dia memang dia ada macam-macam colour sebenarnya. Kami 66 Speed Bike berada di Bandar Baru Sungai Buloh. Exact alamat kami adalah lot 525 Jalan Perusahaan 3 Bandar Baru Sungai Buloh. Boleh Google kami 66 Speed Bike, insya-Allah jumpa dan sampai.
Guys, korang dah dengar kan tadi apa abang tu cerita kebaikan kelebihan rantai sprocket daripada arcade ni. Memang terbukti di Litar Lumba 8 tahun tau guys. Abang tu pakai rantai ni, so banyak perkongsian yang korang dapat yang berguna. So sampai di sini saja untuk episod kali ni. Yang penting jangan lupa like, komen, tekan button loceng. Kita jumpa lagi next episod dekat mana pula. Bye.
Baiklah, kita kembali dan terima kasih sekali kepada anda kerana menonton secara langsung di Facebook pada hari yang pertama pusingan yang ke-8 di Litar Tangkak. Dan kita teruskan bagi kategori CP125 latihan bebas. Ini adalah CP125A. Kumpulan yang pertama ada 14 pelumba. Yang sedang kita perhatikan on board sekarang ialah Alif Daniel, pelumba nombor 32, kerana di pusingan ataupun di lap yang pertama tadi ialah 47.968 permulaan. Yang menyaksikan Alif mendahului catatan masa, tapi masih lagi terlalu awal kerana 10 minit dan berbaki 7 minit 30 saat lagi. Untuk persaingan CP125 ini, dia pastinya cukup menarik. Sebagaimana CP150 kategori perdana, persaingan keseluruhan sengit dan terbuka. Begitu juga dalam kategori ini, yang mana pelumba yang berada dalam CP125A iaitu Syafiq Rasul nombor 22 nanti kita perhatikan kerana dia mendahului 119 mata. Pesaingnya ialah rakan sepasukan juga dari pasukan 1SOX TKKR Racing Team iaitu Hafizah Rofa yang akan turun dalam kumpulan B nanti. Namun gambaran awal ataupun secara umumnya bahawa persaingan dalam kategori ini masih lagi terbuka. Begitu juga membabitkan Alif Daniel, walaupun ketinggalan tapi dia mahu memberikan saingan menuju penghujung termasuk dalam 3 perlumbaan terakhir termasuk di sini.
That's right. Right now, already the pace setter has been Adib Rusli. We know Adib is pretty good on this Tangkak circuit. He likes these tight turns. And it's going to be interesting because Farid Zafiz as well, he's got a decent track record at Tangkak. So it's going to shake up the championship once again. But of course, it is just a matter of those two teammates in this category. Both of them have run away with this. And Shafiq Russell, as of recent, has been looking really, really good. I think he has real potential to be well in the fight, and I think he's going to really bring it to Hafizah.
Dia Adib dengan 47.165. Sekarang ini ialah Amirul Arif Musa yang terpantas pula dengan 47.025. Dalam lap yang ketiga tadi, di mana kedudukan Syafiq Rasul. So, Syafiq Rasul dengan 48.423. Namun lap yang ketiga tadi Syafiq lakukan 52.308. Dan catatan masa semakin baik dilakukan, baru saja dilakukan oleh Amirul Arif yang memperbaiki catatan masanya dengan 46.923. Sambil itu Firdaus Samdan, kedudukan semakin baik. Kali ini ialah Faris Hafiz pula dengan 46.464. Agak baik dari Faris Hafiz.
Yeah, Faris, he seems to always have a bit of joy coming into Tangkak. He's one of those riders who tends to favor this circuit quite well. And likewise for his teammate Adib, so they both can help each other quite well in this in this round. Looks like Firdaus Hamdan going a bit wide there in the second last turn, but Firdaus Hamdan as well not doing too bad at all. 47.1 for him on this lap. We're keeping our eyes out for those Shafiq Rasul. Shafiq hasn't set a particularly fast lap as of yet. He's done an 11th with a 48.423 as his fastest lap time. We know that's miles away from what he's actually capable of. And there's Amashukan Aizad. He's down in 8th for now, 47.7. He did go back in to the pits momentarily. I think he has an issue with his bike for now. Four minutes remain in the CP125A free practice. Once again, it's an A and B grouping due to the amount of riders allowed on the grid at any given time. The fastest lap here done by the CP125. That honor has gone towards 45.670. So still about a second that can be found in this race, in this free practice, sorry, for this CP125 category. So I'm still waiting to see if anyone can break that 45-second deadlock yet for now, Abdullah Qayyum, who has been really strong as we've come to the conclusion of this season. He's been strong even in the Y16 ZR1 Make Race Championship as well. He's done a remarkable job. I love seeing his improvements that he's made throughout the season, because last season, we could say it's almost a learning curve for him. He was still finding his strides in the championship. But this season, coming to the second half of it, he's been spectacular. He's just found his way up, and he's been testing that top 3, showing that he is capable of being up here. And I think coming into next season, Abdullah Qayyum is going to be hot property. He's definitely going to be one to challenge. For now, 2.5 minutes remain in the CP1-5 free practice. We're looking at Shafiq Russell, the title contender, who's gone back into the pits momentarily. He's come out now. Still stuck with that 48. Ooh, getting very close there was between Shafiq Russell and I believe that was Farid Hafiz. For now, all these riders lining up. Shafiq Russell comes now, 46.110.
6.110. Jadi Syafiq sudah pun mendapatkan kedudukan ataupun mendapatkan retak daripada permulaan. Walaupun dalam sesi yang pertama, ini adalah sangat-sangat penting untuknya kerana Syafiq pastinya mahu mendapatkan kejuaraan yang keempat. Dia antara perlu konsisten setakat ini. 3 kejuaraan berturut-turut. Pusingan ke-5, 6 dan termasuk di pusingan yang ke-7 di Terengganu lalu.
And now we're following Shafiq Russell still, and what does he do as he comes across the line? Now it was a 46.1 earlier. Ooh, there was an error somewhere because he's done a 50.6. But definitely look out. He's got about 2 laps remaining should he push on for until the end of this session. So plenty of opportunity for Shafiq to drop that time further. We know 45 is the benchmark timing. Still has about 0.5 seconds more to find. Goes to the chicane, no drama there for Shafiq. Looking very smooth as he goes down to the exit there. Farid Hafiz once again in front of him. Will he be the traffic in the way? And it's getting a bit tight between the pair of them. Bit of a moment there on the rear tire for Faris. Coming to the last turn, Faris makes way for Shafiq as he comes now down to the line. What's it going to be? It's a good time. It's a 45.958. The first 45-second timing so far in this session for the CP1-5 free practice. Oh, Shafiq onto the grass there. He was really pushing it on that lap. But Abdullah Qayyum as well, he's improved to his second again, a 46.3 from him. A really good timing coming in from Abdullah Qayyum. Checker flag is out now, and I don't think this is going to be a fast lap coming in from Shafiq, because we saw that error that he did on the last, the second turn, apologies, on the exit there where he went onto the grass. Faris was on a clean lap, I do believe, so let's see what he does as he comes across the line. It's an improvement from Amirul Arif Musa. He goes up into 4th momentarily, but back into 5th. Abdul Fahim, apologies, that was an error on the timing screens, but yes, Amirul Arif Musa, he improves into 4th position with a 46.386. So very interesting looking as we come into the conclusion of the CP1-5A free practice 1. Irfan Aikal there improves into 6th, but other than that, there's no improvements. And now we head on to the CP1-5B, and let's see what the teammate of Shafiq Russell can do then.
Baik, kita teruskan sesi seterusnya. Sesi yang keempat sudah pagi untuk kategori yang kedua CP125B selepas kumpulan A tadi. Dan selepas tamat dalam kumpulan A tadi, dia katakan kita nak menyaksikan apa yang boleh dilakukan oleh Hafizah Rofa itu rakan kepada Syafiq Rasul dalam 14 pelumba yang berada di track ketika ini. Masing-masing mahu mencari catatan masa yang terbaik untuk permulaan ini. Catatan masa yang telah pun dilakukan adalah 3 pelumba ambilkan Nur Hakim, Adil Fitri dan juga Aiman Azman. Nur Hakim melakukan 47.571. Untuk pelumba dari pasukan One SX Racing Team, iaitu Hakim kalau kita perhatikan kedudukan keseluruhan selepas 7 pusingan, Nur Hakim berada di kedudukan yang keempat. Dan inilah kelibat Haziq Hamdan. Haziq Hamdan permulaan di lap yang pertama dengan 48.396.
Yeah, Haziq has been one of those riders who's performed once again. In the second half of the season, he's performed well. And he actually still has a mathematical chance to make it into the top 5 of the championship. So he still has a little bit of reason to fight on for this last remaining 3 rounds. Plenty of points for him to catch up. He's been on the podium a number of times, and we know him and his brother are quite the riders, and they've improved from last season and really done amazingly. And there we go, Haziq, a 47.277 already on this first flying lap. There we go, number 78, Haziq Faris on the Honda KC Koiko Racing Team. Quite the characters these riders are. But for now, we look at the championship fighter. It is Hafizah Rofa. I really thought early on in the season that Hafizah was going to run away with it, but then Syafiq Rasul came knocking on the door, started opening all the right opportunities, and now Hafizah Rofa leads in front of his, trails behind his teammate Syafiq Rasul. Hafizah, he has a bit of work to put up for 46.639 now from Hafizah. Good lap time coming in. So we're looking for those 45s. So can anyone break the 45s in this session? Shafiq has already done a 45.9. For now, looking on, still 6 minutes left. Plenty of time for the times to change and dip further. For now, we follow Hafiza Rofa. Still in front of him just now momentarily was Idul Fitri. Idul, who has improved as well throughout the season. He's come back into the Cub Prix Championship with quite the spirit, back into the team that he used to ride for way back in the day. Harith Aziki now improves into 5th with the 47.3, and all the times keep changing. Shafiq Rosli not doing bad at all. He's into 2nd with the 46.7.
Kali ini 3 pelumba yang telah melakukan 46 saat yang mana diketuai oleh Hafizah Rofa, Syafiq Rosil juga Haziq Amdan dengan perbezaan 0.325 untuk Syafiq Rosil yang berada di belakang Hafizah Rofa. Hafizah Rofa setakat ini bermula dengan begitu baik. Yang menariknya, Daniel, apabila kita memperkatakan bagi 2 pelumba mengenai One SOX TKK Racing ini, iaitu Syafiq Rasul juga Hafizah Rofa. Hafizah Rofa keseruan di belakang Syafiq Rasul, tetapi di sini ya, kita perlu ingat bahawa Hafizah Rofa menjuarainya di pusingan yang kedua. Jadi sememangnya Hafizah Rofa mahukan kecemerlangan itu untuk pusingan ke-8. Andai dia berjaya kembali mendapatkan kejuaraan di pusingan ke-8, jadi persaingan itu dilihat akan lebih menarik babitkan 2 pelumba dalam pasukan sama, termasuk Syafiq Rosli. Kita mengharapkan sesuatu yang kebangkitan juga dilakukan oleh Syafiq, dan di pusingan yang ke-7 kita tahu dia tidak menamatkan perlumbaan.
I spotted something lurking in the distance that can be worrying. I see rain clouds on the way. So definitely one factor that can be a deciding factor as well is the weather. How will that shake things up? But yes, definitely Hafiza now, he has a good record at Tangkak, and he's going to really have to give it his all if he wants to bring the fight to his team, because Shafiq Rasul has been so good in the past few rounds. He's been absolutely just that extra better than his teammate, shall we say, Hafiza. And yeah, Shafiq is going to be a tough one to beat. But for now, Hafiza, he's got a good record here. Still not able to match the timing of his teammate that was set in the CP125A free practice 1. For now, still plenty of time for Hafiza to drop that time further. Shafiq Rosli there getting a bit precarious, shall we say, in that second to last turn. Shafiq Rosli as well, he's strong so far in the session of 46.6. And we know Shafiq Rosli, he's no slouch either. He can definitely bring that fight on. Yeah, you can see that error there made him drop the time into a 47. Looks a bit leisurely, shall we say, down the back straight. Azrul Afeni as well, he's made his way into the CP125, not doing bad at all, 47.8. And one thing, the news that I realized earlier going into this weekend yesterday was Alif Ashraf. He's been a privateer this entire season, but he's now with, if I remember correctly, the Maju Motor team. So congrats to Alif Ashraf for being signed once again after such a strong fight as a privateer. He's now signed. For now, Haziq Amdan here running in 3rd, doing a good job so far. 46.5, he goes up into 2nd. Haziq, before this we always saw that Haziq was almost playing second fiddle to Firdaus. He was never able to just beat that edge that Firdaus Hamdan had, but Haziq now has come in really strong. But talking about strong, Nur Hakim Muhammad Nur Hafizullah, second fastest now, 46.4 for him. From that lap as well, Hafiza, 46.2, so
yep.
Everyone's starting to improve. And in the background there, you could see that angle, the rain clouds are on their way.
Setiap pusingan, itu antara debaran yang kita nantikan sebagaimana di Terengganu lalu, Daniel. Terutama dari hari perlumbaan pusingan itu, kita masih ingat. Kalau ikut jangkaan dari segi fokus, memang akan berlaku hujan, tapi ialah keadaan dapat terus sehinggalah perlumbaan itu selesai. Dan kita harapkan juga di sini di pusingan ke-8, keadaan cuaca akan terus bertahan, terutamanya menuju perlumbaan esok. Sampai itu di peringkat awal ni dalam sesi latihan bebas, keadaan yang cukup baik di Litar Dan keadaan yang perlu digunakan sebaik mungkin untuk setiap pelumba. Di sini kalau kita kembali berkatakan mengenai Litar ini, kalau tengok ya, selain teknikalnya di sini, narik yang ditangkap, tapi surface Litar itu juga perlu diberikan perhatian untuk setiap pelumba.
That's right. Like the interesting thing when I did ride here, of course I was on a different bike other than the Cub Prix bike, so I can't exactly give a reference point there, but it didn't feel too bumpy. It looks very bumpy, but with the right suspension setup, it can be countered. We've seen the riders and the teams improve that setup, so you can see like the 1XOX bikes especially. We saw Akid going through the chicanes, and Shafi Russell as well. Very smooth coming through on the bumps. So I think the bumps are not too precarious, except for here. The second to last turn still looks like an issue for certain riders, but there is a line. If you take a bit further of the apex, a bit of a wider apex, a bit of a white line, you can avoid those bumps ever so slightly. And this is interesting. Clouds have reached. You can see that on screen it has gotten a bit darker. So we're going to see rain very soon. That's all yet to be answered. For now, we look at Ayman Azman as the checker flag comes out. So Hafiza, he's been consistent in the 46.2s, and there you go. Look at that image there. You can see the rain has fallen in the distance, and rain is on the way.
Jadi ini hari pertama dia. Jadi kalaulah berlaku keadaan itu, ialah bagus untuk setiap pelumba, untuk mereka merasai andai keadaan hujan berlaku di hari perlumbaan esok. Namun kita tetap mengharapkan, kita terus berdoa, terutamanya anda juga, agar keadaan tidak hujan. Tapi inilah perlumbaan, inilah race. Sebarang kemungkinan semua mereka perlu, terutamanya pelumba-pelumba ini.
You have to be ready for every situation. For now, that concludes the CP1-5B Free Practice 1, and that concludes the CP1-5 Free Practice sessions altogether. The news for this session has been Hafiza Rofa, consistent in the lower 46s but not able to break into the 45s. We'll see what happens in Free Practice 2. For now, this session has been concluded, and the results are on your screen.
Selamat Hari Malaysia. 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 Selamat Hari Malaysia.
Back once again with the action, but this time it's the WIRA KBS A free practice 1 once again. A and B grouping due to the limitation of the grid positions. But for now, we do have an exciting one because we have Arash Tsunami, who we know has been so amazing so far in the one-make championships, both for the PETRONAS Super Series as well as for the AEON Credit Series Yamaha NVX Challenge as well. And oh, look at the clouds there lurking over us now. It's looking really precarious now as we enter this afternoon. So we can expect rainfall anytime soon. For now, it is still dry out on the track. No spots of rain as of yet to report. Now we're following Farid Hakimi. Farid Sesli, who's the fastest rider so far in the session, at 47.5 from him. In front there is Ahmad Darwishi, the Castrol Power 1 Honda racing team. Farid Hakimi and the Yam racing team have been so strong as they came into the second half of the season. They've made improvements, and it's great to see them making these strides. And they've done really well to put in the fight with the 31 Racing team. Last time out in Sepang as well, qualifying strong, and in Terengganu as well, doing a really good job. But really unfortunate in the race for Farid Hakimi and his brother salvaging the day, Farid Shafi. For now, the rain clouds have arrived here. We're just waiting for the inevitable, for the rain to fall. For now, we follow Ahmad Darwishi, who is running in 8th, but look at Arash Tsunami. He's a new rider in this category, and he's already found himself 3rd fastest.
Yep. Tadi Daniel sebut mengenai Farid Hakimi, ialah paling sayang dia beberapa pusingan dia melepaskan peluang yang terbaik. Di pusingan yang ke-6 termasuk di pusingan ke-7. Ke-7 itu adalah peluang yang paling terbaik. Kesilapan mungkin dari segi tak sabar, ya, kawalan emosi itu yang penting untuk setiap pelumba sebagaimana Farid Hakimi lakukan. Kalau dia sabar sikit, saya rasa mungkin dia akan berada podium.
Very well said, very well said. But for now, here's Arash Tsunami. A bit of an error there as he went to the second to last turn. Comes across the line, another 48 for him. So he's already tempting that 47-second timing. As we come around now again. Ooh, there he goes a bit wide, nearly onto the grass, but he saves it quite well. I think there's going to be good luck coming in from him as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. But yes, he's running for the 31 Racing team as we suspected he would.
Ya. Jadi kalau ikutkan Daniel, kita ambil contoh Arash Tsunami, dia daripada Super Series kemudian naik ke dalam kategori WIRA KBS, akan ada perbezaan besar dari segi penilaian jentera dan juga untuk menyesuaikan keadaan dalam kategori yang berbeza, Daniel.
Definitely, you can see that already in second to last again. Made an error down on the brake, so he has still a bit of a learning curve, I guess. And yeah, he's going to have to figure out where he can really turn, where he can brake, where he can use his advantage of his experience, shall we say, throughout the one-make race championships. You can see that he made a couple of errors here and there, so he really needs to fine-tune his lines, fine-tune the areas where he can take advantage, and make sure that he is as fast as we know that he is. Because he is a remarkable rider. I'm confident in saying that he will really be a name that we mention a lot in the future. So now it's just a learning curve for the young man. He just needs to find his way. Once again, into second to last. You can see there, he makes another error. Once again, ooh. So it wasn't an error, there's a crash here. Is that Farid Hakimi? No, that is not. That is, I believe, couldn't catch the number there. Wasn't too sure about that, but it was one of the Yamaha racing bikes. But for now, he's Danish Ayman Zamro. He's running in 4th. And as I did say that Arash Tsunami has been making mistakes, he is ahead of Danish Ayman for now.
Kalau diperhatikan catatan masa yang terpantas, satu-satunya pelumba lakukan di bawah 47, saya itu Syamil Amsyar 46.806 di lap yang kedua tadi, namun selepas 6 lap, 6 pusingan, Syamil masih lagi mendahului diikuti dengan Farid Hakimi 47.394 yang terpantas dilakukan Farid Hakimi. Arash di kedudukan yang ketiga, berbaki 3 minit lagi untuk setiap pelumba. Kita masih lagi melihat kedudukan pelumba baru yang naik taraf, iaitu Arash Tsunami permulaan yang baik walaupun sesi dah terbebas, tapi ujian sebenar adalah ketika di perlumbaan nanti.
That is right. That is where we're going to have to see whether he has the nerve to shield. And there you go. That's a smart move, I think. Letting Danish Aiman, the more experienced rider, let him go in front so you can follow the line. Now he will get a good reference point and he can see where he's making the mistakes. So I think he realized that he made a bit too many errors there going into the second to last. So now he's going to get a pretty much better understanding of where he can really break, where he can enter from. And now you can see it here. Let's see if he makes an error once again. But no, he breaks a bit earlier and he gets that line very well done.
Masih ada masa, masih ada ruang. Tapi inilah proses setiap pelumba. Untuk menjadi pelumba terbaik, mereka perlu mencabar. Dan peluang sudah pun ada untuk arah tsunami. Untuk di sini ialah pusingan pendedahan untuk arah tsunami. Tapi kita tak sabar untuk melihat perlumbaan esok. Dan kita kembali kepada kedudukan Farid Hakimi yang melakukan 50.316 dalam lap yang ke-8 tadi. Dia masih kekal dengan 47.394 yang terpantas dan dilakukan.
You know, Shamil, I'm sure he's one of those riders who I say nearly fell off, so to speak, in round 7 especially, and in round 5. But he did get a win in round 6 in Sepang. But for now, it's just a matter of him trying to apologies in Jimple. And now it's just a matter of him trying to hold on to his nerves, try and maintain that lead in the championship, because he does have a 1-point lead, which is not much by any means. But if he can just perform the way that we've seen him perform in the first 3 rounds, where he got a hat-trick of wins, he will be able to slightly pull away from his teammates. But it's not an easy task, especially in Tangkak, where it's such a tight circuit. Anything can happen.
Ini menarik untuk Syamil, Adam, Danish, 3 pelumba T2 Racing ini masing-masing dah pun merasai menjadi juara. Terutamanya untuk Adam Haikal, dia menunggu cukup lama. Akhirnya di Terengganu jadi juara. Dan di sini akan kita dapat melihat persaingan sebenar membabitkan 3 pelumba ini. 3 pelumba dari T2 Racing. Manakala pada saya masih mengharapkan pelumba yang sedang kita saksikan, Farid Hakimi, untuk dia comeback, untuk dia memperbaiki kesilapan yang dilakukan dalam 2 pusingan terakhir sebelum ini, pusingan yang ke-6, pusingan ke-7. Jadi ada sesuatu yang tugas besar perlu dilakukan oleh Farid Hakimi, dan juga nanti di kumpulan kedua, kumpulan B, adiknya Farid Shafi juga yang menunjukkan peningkatan yang cukup baik.
Yeah, definitely would be great to see Farid Hakimi on the top step of the podium once again, because Farid Hakimi, he's a special rider. Till this day, the Honda Dash 25 Challenge One Make still has records that are held by him, and he is such a great rider, great character. And yeah, it's not really looking quite where he wants to be. He's about 0.5 seconds off Shamil Amshar, but such a top job. And Ara Tsunami of 47.6 across the line on the last lap, beating Danish Aiman Zamrul to it. And my goodness, Ara Tsunami, he has arrived. So the checker flag is out. The riders will conclude this session. For now, talking points, Shamil Amshar looking like he's back on form. Farid Hakimi strong. And Ara Tsunami on his debut weekend in the WIRA KBS category, he's on 3rd.
Assalamualaikum guys, selamat datang untuk episod kali ini. Kita berada di Bandar Diraja Muar and Nasha nak bawa korang pergi salah satu dealer arcade yang ada dekat Muar ni. Tempat dia tempat baru, dia berdekatan dengan NSK. So, jom kita masuk guys, let's go. Nama kedai ni Cyclist Motor. So, saya dah nampak owner dia, bos dia dekat sini. Hai bos. So, kita nak bual sikit pasal produk arcade.
Ya. Jom kita masuk tengok.
Okay, jom let's go guys.
Nama saya Along. Along Motor lah. So, niaga sekarang 24 tahun sudah. Okay, ini memang customer pernah cari lah, itu barang produk baik lah. So, ada customer jumpa, kita pun ada jual. So, okey lah. Sprocket dia arcade ni kualiti baik. Dia ada steel lah, keras, tahan lama. So, harga pun tak tinggi sangat. So, itulah, boleh customer pun selalu pun jumpa cari. Itu sih. Semua tengok pakai pada motor apa. Kalau setakat biasa pakai itu lantai O-ring, untuk itu arcade punya lantai pun ada beza juga, untuk ada untuk 520 O-ring, X-ring, W-ring tak sama, untuk sisi yang tak sama. Jadi punya kotak sana akan bagi tahu ada untuk motor apa pakai. So itu kalau Y sekarang banyak laku lah, Y AS punya pakai O-ring 4 suku 428, atau sekarang yang paling baru tu 4 suku U-ring. Sekarang itu customer jadi. Kalau itu O-ring lantai loh, baik sikit loh, tahan tak payah jaga, kurang tak payah jaga sangat lah. Dia dalam tu material pun okey, boleh tahan lama. Tak payah tak macam lantai biasa, senang kalat, senang panjang, dia kurang sikit lah. Harga ada mahal sikit lebih lah daripada biasa, tapi kualiti memang jauh beza lah. Okey, memang tak ada komplain lah. Tak ada komplain, memang dia pun tahu ni blended pun harga tak mahal sangat lah. Itu saja lah. Itu customer pun selalu cari, suka pakai macam ni. Boleh, memang kita tak ada pilih mesti mau beli dengan saya. Kita boleh ambil upah saja, customer bawa alang kita pasang. Ini kedai saya ni balu saya memang niaga solo boleh 24 tahun, tapi dulu kedai dekat lepas lah. Ini kedai balu ni yang dekat NSK Muar sini. Kalau siapa yang lalu ni boleh datang tengok-tengok jalan-jalan, macam mana. Okay, so kalau customer nak cari yang lantai sprocket yang tahan untuk motor besar ke motor kecil ke, memang pakai arcade yang bagus. Harga pun tak ada mahal.
Okay guys, korang dah dengarkan perkongsian yang sangat menarik daripada bos Cyclist Motor dekat Muar ni. Dia katakan banyak customer yang datang kat sini mesti cari produk arcade. So, apa lagi guys, penduduk yang berdekatan dekat Muar, dekat dengan NSK, korang boleh datang ke kedai ni, macam-macam yang korang boleh buat. Jumpa je bos dia and katalah korang tengok dekat Malaysian Cub Prix. So, mana tahu dapat diskaun. So, sampai di sini saja untuk episod kali ni. Nanti kita akan bawa lagi kat mana lagi tempat arcade yang penduduk-penduduk ataupun tempat-tempat korang ke yang boleh datang untuk membeli barangan arcade. Jadi, sekian saja. Kita jumpa lagi next episode guys. Ciao.
Baiklah, masih lagi secara langsung di Facebook, terutama di hari yang pertama menuju pusingan yang ke-8. Keadaan sudah pun berubah sebaik permulaan untuk WIRA KBS B latihan bebas yang pertama, iaitu sudah pun hujan, Daniel.
That's right, the rain has started to fall. We were saying that it was inevitable. We're just waiting for it. And you can see a lot of the riders there going a bit wide as they realize how slippery it has become. It is still falling. It is reduced to a bit of a drizzle, but the track is wet.
Ya. Walaupun tidak hujan lebat, keadaan ni mungkin hujan sekejap saja kalau melihat dari pandangan kita lah. Apapun cabaran berbeza untuk WIRA KBS B, tidak sebagaimana dalam WIRA KBS kumpulan A tadi. Ini adalah 14 pelumba. 14 pelumba ini termasuklah rakan-rakan kepada Syamil Amsyar dan juga Danish, iaitu Adam Haikal, pelumba 33. Permulaan di pusingan ataupun lap yang pertama, kesemua pelumba kita perhatikan Farah Iqmal yang melakukan 54.637, manakala nama yang saya sebut tadi iaitu Adam Haikal dalam kedudukan ketiga terpantas. Masih lagi awal, keadaan masing-masing belum lagi menunjukkan catatan ataupun perlumbaan corak tunggangan yang terbaik mereka, kerana mereka perlu dalam keadaan menyesuaikan keadaan track yang basah untuk sesi yang pertama bagi WIRA KBSB ini.
Wet track definitely is going to shake the things up, but definitely because especially when we look into the comparison of times, which is going to be a factor that everyone's going to be looking at, it's going to be a different story now, because everyone took that as their reference point, and they're going to have to figure out now where they could theoretically be. They haven't had a dry session for the B group of the WIRA KBS, so it's a bit of a guessing game now, but it is an opportunity for these riders to get the setups right for these wetter conditions. It is not what I would consider drenched. The track isn't completely fully wet in the sense of we haven't had heavy rain. But it is a good gauge for them to understand where the bike needs to be for a wet session. In terms of tire pressures, suspension setups, these are important things to take note of. So far doing quite well in the wet actually is Danny Mikael. He's found himself in third fastest. Adam Michael found himself fastest overall now, 51.331. So this is one thing that I always love in these kind of conditions. It's a tricky condition. It's a 50-50-ish. Adam Michael there on the limit. But with these kind of conditions, it brings out that extra skill in some riders. Some riders are just capable of mastering the wet conditions. We've seen the likes of Karo Idampawi in the World Championship, Hafiz Sharin as well, doing amazingly in the World Championship in the wet. So it is that extra skill and talent that some riders have.
mengawal jentera tu sangat-sangat penting untuk setiap pelumba untuk mereka cepat adapt nak menyusahkan. Selain setup yang Daniel katakan itu, dari segi teknikalnya, jadi pelumba juga perlu bijak dan cepat untuk adapt dalam keadaan sekiranya mereka berlumba nanti di keesokan pusingan yang ke-8 dalam keadaan hujan. Namun setakat ini nampak hujan pun dah dia lalu je Daniel, tak lama hujan ni.
I was going to say, Adam Michael Jahar just set a really good time in these conditions at 50.6 to 1. But Danny Mikael, he's keeping up with him. It has been a fairly quiet season for Danny Mikael. He has found his way up into certain higher positions, but this is the highest he's been so far. So perhaps another wet weather specialist between him and Adam Michael. Here's Farid Shikmal. He's not doing too bad at all. He's in 4th at 51.4. So the top 5 all within 51s and below. All doing quite well in these tricky conditions. As you can see now, the sun has come out, so what a twist and turn this session has been. 1 second it's raining and wet, and the next second the sun is out and starting to dry the track up. So these timings will drop ever so slightly. It won't drop remarkably. The track is still moist, damp here and there. But for now, Farid Shikmal doing a very good job. 0.007 seconds behind Adam Haikal, who's done a 49.771.
Keadaan ini pasti melegakan pelumba-pelumba. Kerana keadaan hujan hanyalah sekejap saja. Peluang untuk mereka memperbaiki ataupun mendapatkan keyakinan semula walaupun berbaki 3 minit 30 kurang 3 minit 20 saat. Namun untuk kategori ini, untuk WIRA KBS, mereka masih ada peluang yang kedua di sebelah petang nanti untuk sesi latihan bebas yang kedua sebelum kelayakan qualifying turut akan berlangsung pada lewat petang ataupun di sebelah petang sedikit nanti. Jadi kelibat sekarang kita perhatikan Luqman Nur Hakim yang masih lagi mencari catatan masa yang terbaiknya kerana ketika ini 53.262 terbaik terpantas, namun baru saja dia melengkapkan lap yang ke-6 dengan 54. Luqman Nur Hakim 54.806 yang dilakukan sebentar tadi untuk berada di kedudukan ke-13. Ditolak turun satu lagi anak tangga selepas Lutfi Shah yang memperbaiki catatan masanya dengan 52.697 di lap yang ke-6 tadi, lap terakhir tadi.
Aggressive maneuver there coming into the last turn by Hazik Hakimi. Hazik, another one of those riders who's come up from the ranks of the Honda Dash 125 Challenge. Makes his way into WIRA KBS, and he's doing a really good job now in second of 49.487. But what a time that was from Farid Shikmal on that previous lap of 48.865 in these conditions. Just 2 minutes remain now in this tricky free practice for the WIRA KBS B, but we have a faller here. That's Irfan Adenan, who hasn't set a great time as of yet at 57, so a bit more of a heartbreak for him there, having to retire from this session. Here we follow Hazik Hakimi, who is really pushing it now. He's really found his strides in his WIRA KBS group. He's just improved again at 49.1 for him.
Masing-masing semakin laju untuk memperbaiki catatan masa, termasuk Farid Ikmal dengan 48.773 yang dilakukan yang terbaru. Kemudian sudah ada berapa 2, 4, 5 pelumba yang lakukan 49 saat, termasuk Hazik Hakimi kedudukan yang kedua, Ahmad Ikram, Syarul Izwan dan juga Alif Izwan serta Adam Haikal yang ditolak berada di kedudukan yang ke-7 yang terkini.
Syarul Izwan Khairul, he's doing a great job right now in 3rd for the Tobaki Pink Racing Team. Another rider who's come up from the ranks of the One Make Championship. Yeah, really good job so far. 48.9 in third against all these names which we are familiar with. That's a very good job there. Ada Michael Johar, as soon as it started to dry up, he's struggling a bit. He's gone all the way down into 7th, so coming back, bouncing back from a victory in Terengganu in round 7, he's going to need to find a little bit more, especially if we're going to see these kind of 50-50 conditions. But for now, the checker flag is out. Alif Yuzwan improves into 3rd, and that gap between the top 3 is 0.074 seconds. So now we just wait for the rest of the riders to come across the line, take the checker flag, and we will have the conclusion of this WIRA KBS B Free Practice 1. Mixed conditions, very tricky. And the top 7 so far have all clocked below 50 seconds. Danny Mikhail has just improved into a 6th. Mohamed Lukman Hakim Wazi has gone up into 11th. And these are the results for the WIRA KBS B Free Practice 1.
Ramai yang telah mencuba Petronas Premix 95 dengan ProDrive. Mari kita dengar apa kata mereka.
Bila tekan sikit, dia akan pergi jauh.
Kereta memang berdesup je.
Ringan, dijimat.
Saya setuju.
Petronas Premix 95
Dengan ProDrive
adalah yang terbaik.
Ia memangnya lancar, responsif
dan efisien. Ianya petrol pilihan kami.
Kini dengan piawaian Euro 4M.
Hai korang, kalau anda ingin memenangi motor Honda RSX, beli happy bag dengan harga RM60, dapat baju yang cantik ini, dapat stiker, dapat minyak hitam dengan harga RM60 dan anda berpeluang memenangi Honda RSX. Mari guys, beli, okey? Dekat Litar Lumba Tangkak.
Baiklah, kita teruskan aksi di hari yang pertama, hari yang panjang di hari yang pertama sebelum perlombaan akan berlangsung pada esok. Ini adalah sesi berikut adalah PETRONAS SPRINTA Pro Am Cup untuk sesi latihan bebas membabitkan 22 pelumba. Sebelum kita nak kongsikan gambaran pelumba-pelumba kedudukan mereka selepas 7 pusingan dari keadaan di sini. Cuacanya kembali semula dalam keadaan baik walaupun bukannya penuh panas sepenuhnya, tetapi tidak lagi hujan. Keadaan trek pun sudah semakin kering. Hujan hanya seketika dan penonton-penonton juga yang semakin ramai hadir kepada anda yang menonton yang berada di sekitar Tangkak. Tak kisahlah hari-hari cuti anda boleh datang ramai-ramai di Litar Tangkak untuk menyaksikan perlombaan pusingan ke-8. Banyak yang boleh anda dapat di sini selain menyaksikan perlombaan secara langsung di tapak promosi pelbagai yang menarik menanti anda.
That's right, there's plenty to look out for when you come here at the circuit. You guys can see all the booths and you guys can get some merchandise. You guys can even buy the happy bag and stand a chance to win a motorbike and take home quite the grand prize.
Ya, mengenai perlombaan ini ataupun kategori Pro Am Cup, sememangnya ia akan terarah kepada 2 pelumba dalam perebutan kedudukan keseluruhan pelumba terbaik untuk musim ini. Zulhilmi Yazid, Azrul Effendi. Pelumba jentera 98 dan juga 19 yang sedang kita saksikan iaitu Azrul Effendi. Keseluruhan Azrul Effendi mengumpul 123 mata, manakala Zulhilmi mengungguli dengan 136. Dan di perlombaan pusingan ke-7 di Terengganu lalu ialah perlombaan yang cukup-cukup sengit menyaksikan Zulhilmi sekali lagi berada podium buat kali kedua berturut-turut. Keseluruhan Zulhilmi 4 kali menjadi juara di pusingan ke-3, 4, 6 dan juga 7. Manakala Azrul Effendi 2 kali, pusingan yang kedua di sini dan juga di pusingan yang kelima.
Yeah, we still remember that Zulhilmi here was quite the strong rider and he's always had that advantage when it came to the bike's speed. He's always had that extra bit of speed. But he's always also struggled with the fact that the bike would lose his speed as he reached the end of the races. So it's a matter of whether or not they've overcome those. Ooh, looks like we have a faller here. I believe that's Zarik Grossman. It's an unfortunate fall there for Zarik early on in the session already. Now we continue on, just 5 minutes and a bit left in this free practice session. Now we follow on. In front here we see Shafiq Ashraf, who's doing a really good job so far. He's up into second at 48.404.
Dan masa terpantas takat ini ialah Aiman Hafiz dan yang terbaru adalah Araf Harun Nizan yang melakukan Aiman Hafiz sebenarnya dengan 48.220. Aiman Hafiz pusingan ke-7 adalah dia berada di podium di tempat yang ketiga. Kalau ikutkan keseluruhan untuk Aiman Hafiz, dia hanya bersama dalam 3 pusingan. Pusingan yang ketiga naib juara, pusingan ke-6 dan juga pusingan ke-7. Dengan berada kedudukan yang ke-8 keseluruhan. Perlombaan yang pertama, 2, 4 dan juga 5 tidak dalam kategori ini ataupun perlombaan dalam saingan Pro Am Cup. Jadi untuk permulaan dalam sesi latihan bebas, Aiman Hafiz tadi dengan 48.220, namun kini yang paling pantas pula ialah Shafiq Ashraf yang baru memperbaiki catatan masanya dengan 48.06 satu saat. Zulhilmi sudah pun mendaki untuk kedudukan yang lebih baik dengan 48.324. Hanya 0.263 di belakang Shafiq Ashraf untuk menerusi catatan masa yang dilakukan.
No, it's a matter of Zulhilmi trying to beat the momentum of Azrul Effendi. But Azrul Effendi, as of late, he has been very strong. We've seen it in Terengganu, we've seen it in the past few rounds. Azrul has found that second win and he's been able to just push on that extra bit more. So Zulhilmi is going to have his work cut out for him. He's got a bit of an advantage, but we are at the final 3 rounds of the 2022 season. Every round counts. Every round, every race matters.
Zulmi ni tadi dia awal ada kongsikan mengenai kelebihan jenteranya dalam straight line tapi bila pusingan ke pusingan keadaan jenteranya setingkali lah dikongsikan keadaan jenteranya yang cukup mencabar, tidak sebagaimana permulaan, tapi dia juga kadang nasib menjebelai untuk Zuhailmi. Nasib masih lagi baik untuk Zuhailmi.
It's tricky because sometimes we see him in the shootout and the heat, the 5 or 6 lap heat, and we will see him excelling, and then suddenly in the race we'll see his pace just dropping near the end. And that's a struggle that he's had so far throughout the season, but he's trying to find his way up and he's slowly getting the grips of things. Now we're following him. He's still stuck in 4th. Azrul Effendi's still a couple of tenths faster than him. Shafiq Ashraf still the pace setter, and he's done it again at 47.763, a really good time for Shafiq Ashraf there. So Shafiq Ashraf can be the disturbance, and Ayman Hafiz as well. They both can disturb this championship fight. It's going to be very interesting as we play into tomorrow's race. The weather's another thing that's going to be very interesting. For now, there's still some clouds here and there, but it's not raining at all. The sun is shining bright on us, and the track has pretty much dried up completely. See that Shafiq Ashraf going really aggressive, trying to make a move on Zikri Iskandar there. And Shafiq Ashraf makes a move, but someone has fallen there. I think that is Shafiq Ayman, I believe that's fallen. Yes, that is Shafiq Ayman. It's a bit unfortunate. He's on a good few laps. He's running in 5th right now. See that bit of damage there to the right side of his bike. But that's a tricky thing with the second last turn. It's one turn that can really catch you out very easily with that slight bump that he has if you take the tight line. But for now, here's Azrul Effendi, our championship contender. He's trailing by just a few points. He's trailing by about 13 points. So he does have his work cut out for him. But for now, Zulhilmi is right behind him in 4th. But finishing 3rd with Zulhilmi finishing 4th, shall we say, if the race finishes this way, is just not going to cut it for Azrul Effendi. He needs to find that win. He needs to make sure Zulhilmi does not find his way into the podium, and he needs to make sure that he finishes at least 1st or 2nd.
Satu minit lagi, Zuhailmi terus menggunakan peluang ini, dan setakat ini Zuhailmi di kedudukan ke-5 terpantas menerusi catatan masanya 48.242. Manakala yang mendahului menerusi catatan masa terbaik ialah 47.763 yang dicatatkan oleh Shafiq Ashraf. Kedua ialah Haizil Azri. Haizil Azri ikuti dengan Aiman Hafiz dan juga Azrul Effendi di kedudukan yang ke-4, dan barulah Zulhilmi Yazid 10 lap yang telah pun dilengkapkan oleh Zulhilmi. Ini antara lap yang terakhir sebelum tamat sesi latihan bebas.
Zulhilmi just hasn't been able to find that extra little bit of pace that he needs. Perhaps he's taking it easy, but this is the only free practice that they're going to get, so it is an important session for him. I'm just wondering whether he's just saving his engine, perhaps just taking it easy on this session, just make sure he doesn't overwork the engine, because we know that has always been his issue. He takes the checker flag now, he remains 5th, because Haizil Azri has gone up into 2nd. Yeah, it's perhaps it's just a tactical game by Zulhilmi, just not to overwork the engine. For now, the checker flag comes out, the riders will come across, and we see Azrul Effendi right on that last lap of 46.342, 1.4 seconds faster than Shafiq Ashraf. And apologies, that is an error. That was a very shocking timing there that came through, but it was not to be. It is still Azrul Effendi. Okay, sorry, we're a bit confused. So it looks like the time does stick. So that was an actual lap time that Azrul Effendi set. And it's a 46.383, 1.3 seconds faster than Shafiq Ashraf in 2nd. So Azrul Effendi looking very, very strong. Worrying signs for Zulhami Yazid, but this is our free practice for the PETRONAS SPRINTA Pro-Am Cup lines up. Well, we can't wait to see more of what this action brings. But after this, we'll have more free practice sessions before the qualifying sessions of the day.
Kita beralih ke kategori seterusnya. Kali ini ialah terarah kepada Yamaha PETRONAS Super Series untuk latihan bebas. Memampirkan 24 pelumba. Keadaan cuaca, kalau diperhatikan keadaan trek kering, panas. Tapi kalau kita mendongak ke atas seketika, masih nampak awan-awan gelap yang menunjukkan bahawa keadaan cuaca belum lagi konsisten. Kemungkinan juga boleh hujan di sebelah petang nanti. Namun sekarang yang lebih penting adalah kita berikan tumpuan kepada semua pelumba yang kembali, terutamanya untuk kategori ini pastinya Adiputra Soekarno, pelumba yang mendahului, yang sedang kita saksikan pelumba jentera nombor 6. Keseluruhan dia adalah pelumba yang mengumpul 170 mata, menerusi, kalau ikutkan ketujuh pelumba, ketujuh pusingan semuanya di podium, juara 6 kali. Ya, pusingan yang kedua sehinggalah pusingan yang ketujuh. Pusingan yang pertama di podium di tempat yang kedua. Pesaing adalah bersebelahan. Di situ nombor 4 iaitu Adib Arsyad, pelumba dari Johor yang menunjukkan peningkatan. Kalau diperhatikan dalam pusingan ataupun musim 2022 ini, dengan 97 mata setakat ini daripada Adib Arsyad. Jadi sesuatu yang menariknya di sini ialah sejauh mana Adib mampu untuk mengekang kemarahan penguasaan yang mudah untuk Adiputra Soekarno, rakannya juga. Dan juga untuk Adi, kalau dia menang, dia juara, dia confirm.
If he's
Pasti.
as long as he ends up above Adib, he has almost confirmed his championship victory, and it really is quite the championship season it has been for Adiputra. I don't think we've seen a championship almost as perfect as this from any rider. 6 out of 7 races he's won.
Yep.
What a spectacular rider he has been.
Itu bakal berlaku untuk Adiputra Soekarno, Adib Arsyad dan juga Ikram Danish. 1, 2, 3 pesaing yang sedang kita saksikan ini. Jentera nombor 6, 4 dan juga 1.
For now, we're just waiting for the times to come across. As they come across the line now, trying to see. We don't have any times yet. A bit of an error going on with our timing screens, but for now, what you can bet on is that it is going to be a tight battle at the front, especially. Just looking for the likes of the timing screens to come across. For now, that's Ahmad Ikram Danish. He's had a pretty good season as well. It's no slouch at all in this championship.
Sesi ini agak berbeza kerana setiap pelumba seolah menggunakan peluang. Kita lihat ada kesungguhan, seolah mereka mahu merasai dalam keadaan pelumba sebenar. Sebagaimana kita perhatikan ini iaitu Ikram Danish sentiasa dekat dalam 3 kelompok ataupun dalam 3 pelumba yang berikan saingan. Adiputra, Adib dan juga Ikram. Ahmad Ikram Danish dalam musim ini yang terbaik untuk dirinya ialah di pusingan yang ke-5. Jadi naib juara di tempat yang kedua, selebihnya ada 2 kali lagi dia berada di podium, pusingan yang kedua dan juga pusingan yang ke-7. Lalu untuk tempat yang ke-3 dengan keseluruhan 78 mata, kedudukannya kalau dilihat sebelum ini pesaing adalah Ara Tsunami. Namun Ara Tsunami sudah pun beralih kepada kategori yang lain. Tadi kita perhatikan untuk WIRA KBS. Jadi itu antara gambaran, itu adalah kedudukan untuk perlumbaan atau pelumba-pelumba dalam kategori Yamaha PETRONAS Super Series. Libat pelumba Adib Arsyad. Adib Arsyad inilah pelumba dari Johor yang sebagaimana saya katakan ada peningkatan ditunjukkan oleh Adib, terutamanya menuju pusingan yang ke-5 dan juga pusingan ke-6 dan juga ke-7. Kerana dia sentiasa bijak, adalah perancangannya setiap seringkali menjadikan Adiputra Soekarno adalah penandanya ataupun marker untuk dia mendapatkan rentak, mendapatkan momentum, dan ia berhasil.
Some people might look at Adib Arsyad in the way that he's trailing points so far with Adiputra, and they might think that Adi Barshad has struggled, but Adi Barshad is a very fast rider. We can visually see that in the times as well. It's not been far, but it's just a big compliment to how brilliant Adi Putra has been so far this season. He's absolutely untouchable, and it's just really tough for anyone at all to try and beat the likes of Adi Putra. Adi Barshad, he's also a rider on his way up. I do believe that he's got talent, he's got the skill, he has what it takes. For now, we're looking back at the front, and there you go. There's Adi Putra Sukarno at the front of this group of 5 riders. And right behind it is Ahmad Ikram Danish, rider using the ride number 1. Ooh, nice inside move there on the chicane, actually. That was a nice, very clean overtaking maneuver. Behind Ikram Danish, you can see there is Adi Barshad, all taking very different lines into the second last turn. It is a turn where it is all up to your confidence, where comfort, where do you feel more confident in. On the exit there is Adi Putra Sukarno. So for now, just under 2 minutes left, and we're still following the championship leader. The big name in this, Adi Putra Sukarno, rider number 6. Ahmad Ikram Danish, he's trying to line up a move on the inside there, and he does make it stick. Quite a nice overtaking maneuver. A lot of clean overtakes that we've seen so far from these riders. Of course, he gained a lot of experience so far all throughout the season, and they have entertained us to some very good racing. Ooh, look at that deep inside move there from Adi Putra. Wow. Amazing to think that he made that even stick. Held his line very well was Adi Putra there, and him and Ikram Danish both having a look at each other for a second there down the straights. But it looks like for now this is a bit of a slowdown lap for Adi Putra. Behind the pair of them is actually Shahrul Izwan now, who I believe was the one that they passed at the second last turn. And here's Adi Barshad, he's trying to keep up with the front two.
Menuju penghujung, hanya beberapa saat lagi, kurang 1 minit 30 saat lagi untuk kesemua 24 pelumba untuk melengkapkan sesi latihan bebas yang pertama. Keadaan dari umumnya, Daniel, kita melihat konsisten aksi yang ditampilkan oleh Adib dan juga Adi Putra. Konsisten itu bermaksud dari segi tunggangan mereka dalam kedudukan, effort mereka dalam sesi latihan bebas yang pertama ini, ataupun sesi yang pertama untuk mereka.
A bit of a chattering moment there for Adi Barshad on the exit of the second turn. That was a bit a scary one, actually. But for now, it's Adi Barshad right behind the likes of Adi Putra Sukarno. And now we're looking back at the start-finish line, and the clouds have reached us once again.
Itu yang paling merisaukan kita, Daniel.
That's right. We're looking at gloomy weather. It looks like the rain is playing a game of cat and mouse. 1 second it wants to come, another second it's giving us sun. But for now, it is getting gloomy. We're looking at potential rain falling anytime soon. But it looks of it, that is the likes of Adi Putra, Adi Barshad, and Shahrul Izwan has come across the line. I believe Ahmad Ikram Danish is somewhere at the back here. And that comes to the conclusion of the Yamaha PETRONAS Super Series free practice. We are anxious to know whether Adi Putra will close off the championship this weekend.
Assalamualaikum, selamat sejahtera kepada semua rakyat Malaysia. Hari ini saya nak perkenalkan diri saya. Nama saya Muhammad Arash Firdaus bin Suhaini. Saya berasal dari Meru Kelang. Hari ini saya berlumba dalam kategori Pro M Cup, berjentera nombor 93. Boleh support Malaysian Cub Prix hari ini di Facebook Live. Okey, cabaran dia adalah hari ini dalam kategori ini satu kelebihan dia motor sama kuat. Lebih kepada rider, adakah dia mampu mengatasi lintangan dalam perlombaan dengan dalam keadaan motor yang sama kuat. Jadi hari ini peringkat kita nak naik dalam satu level iaitu 1 to 5. Dia perlukan saingan yang sengit dalam Pro M Cup ni untuk naik ke satu level yang lebih tinggi. Alhamdulillah Petronas ni banyak membantu. Dia memudahkan dari segi pengurusan, pedok, pembayaran, segala manajemen apa yang telah tetap macam pendaftaran. Dia memudahkan, banyak memudahkan. Dulu pun banyak perbezaan, hari ini kemah pun dulu biasa, hari ini banyak perbezaan. Hari ini kita boleh tengok sendiri selesa rider-rider pun selesa. Motor pun teratur dengan hari ini ada pedok kan, disediakan. Hari ini Cub Prix sediakan untuk rider dengan banyak kemudahan. Okey, hari ini perbezaan trek Tangkak dengan Terengganu, kita lebih kepada ratio gearbox sebab Terengganu lebih kepada rolling speed, dan hari ini Tangkak dia ada satu perbezaan yang mana dia ada top angle dan dia ada rolling speed. Jadi kat situ rider nak kena bijak macam mana dia nak mengatur motor supaya mudah keluar, mudah dipandu, mudah untuk kita lonjak ke hadapan. Hari ini yang banyak support Aras adalah keluarga utama. Yang kedua, family besar. Yang ketiga, banyak kawan-kawan. Yang keempat, tim sahabat-sahabat. Okey, target Aras dengan baki 3 pusingan ni, Aras nak tunjuk the best untuk target Aras sendiri. Hari ni Aras nak naik ke satu peringkat iaitu CP 125. InsyaAllah kalau diberi rezeki untuk naik, Aras cuba yang terbaik dalam perlombaan ni.
Alright, untuk sesi berikutnya Daniel, kita masih lagi berada di Litar sebelum kita akan berehat di sesi tengah hari bagi menuju sesi petang nanti dalam kelayakan. Inilah Honda Dash 125 Challenge. Kalau diikutkan ada 18 pelumba sebenarnya. Kita cuba untuk memberikan perkembangan, namun anda boleh melihat apa yang berlaku di Litar. Untuk kategori ini Daniel dalam perebutan keseluruhan, ia menyaksikan Danish Abdul Rahman, jentera nombor 4, pelumba dari Johor juga ini, beraksi lama sendiri. Ini adalah mungkin satu kelebihan untuknya untuk memastikan kedudukannya lebih kukuh, kerana Danish mengumpul 122 mata meninggalkan pesaing rapatnya Amrin Haziq Johan. Amrin Haziq adalah pelumba nombor 3, pelumba yang tidak bernasib baik dalam 2 perlumbaan terakhir, perlumbaan yang ke-6 dan juga yang ke-7. Walaupun dia dilihat mampu untuk berikan tentangan untuk mendapatkan kejuaraan keseluruhan untuk Amrin Haziq Johan ini.
Yeah, it's been an interesting championship for this Honda Dash 125 Challenge. We thought initially that it was going to be a matter of Amrin Haziq or Danish Abdul Rahman pulling away, but it really wasn't that story to be told. And it's been, not to say the closest, but it's not been a large gap, so to speak. So plenty of talents coming up through, and they're slowly making their way up. But it is a deciding last few runs. It's not going to be decided in this run at all. Not as of yet, but definitely Amrin Haziq Johan still has a chance. He still has an opportunity to find his way through. But it's all up to the likes of Danish Abdul Rahman. Can he hold his nerve? Can he make himself able to stay within the pressure and just soldier on forward and take another victory to just close hand contact? That was between the likes of Muhammad Daniel Aikal, and once again, and Muhammad Al-Hakimi. They are either the best of friends or not friends at all.
Di depan Danish Aikal tu ialah Muhammad Al-Hakimi. Muhammad Al-Hakimi, cedera nombor 7. Kalau ikut Muhammad Al-Hakimi ialah kedudukan ke-4 secara keseluruhannya setakat ini selepas 7 pusingan.
So for now, we can see the wind there going through the flags. The weather, once again, it's playing cat and mouse. It was sunny, now it's gone back to cloudy. It's so unpredictable. We used to say that Sepang is the most unpredictable circuit, but today, Tangkak is the king of unpredictability.
Tapi setiap pelumba perlu menikmati keadaan sebelum hujan, terutama dalam keadaan lintas yang cukup baik ini. Kalau ikutkan dalam sesi ini untuk Honda Dash 125 Challenge ini ada kurang 3 minit lagi untuk mereka melengkapkan sesi latihan bebas. Sekali lagi kita perlu sentiasa mengalu-alukan penonton-penonton untuk hadir menyaksikan secara langsung lebih dekat di Litar Tangkak ini. Banyak peluang anda, banyak yang menariknya menanti anda di sini. Kalau dah datang tu rugi kalau tak beli happy bag dan anda berpeluang bawa pulang hadiah bertuah. Hadiah paling utama ialah motosikal Honda.
That's right. Much like we're watching the Honda Dash 125 Challenge is almost timed perfectly. You can win a Honda bike this time around in the Tangkak round 8 of the PETRONAS Malaysian Cub Prix. All you need to do is buy a happy bag.
Ya, murah saja. Tapi kalau dapat motor Honda janganlah tunggang macam mana pelumba profesional. Boleh menikmati. Jadi kita masih lagi menyaksikan sesi latihan bebas untuk Honda Dash 125. Kita melihat sebentar tadi ialah Aiman Hafiz, nombor 6.
I can see the sun is still shining out in parts of the track, and other parts it's a bit cloudy. You can still see the wind has really picked up here. We're looking at all the tents around us, and yeah, we're starting to worry if the wind is going to blow a tent away because it is picked up. And look at that, you can see in the background, this side of the circuit, clear blue skies. Now we look at the other side, there we go. Dark clouds, rain clouds on the way. It looks like it's going to be a long rainy day if that starts reaching over here. And look at this, another angle down the front straight. Very dark, heavy clouds. And this is another tricky point. We see a lot of riders losing the front here. That's because you're going downhill and then straight away banking into a long, it looks like a very sharp turn, but you're actually already turning in way before the braking zone. And it's really a tough one on the front tire. And the riders really have to make sure that if they want to brake late, they have to make sure it sticks because it is very easy to lose the front at turn 2 there. Now down to the chicane. Once again, a tricky part of the circuit, but once you get the line correct, you can never get it wrong. And it's always such a good place to really take advantage and gain an extra couple of tenths on the circuit. For now, we're looking at the battle. Once again, it's Daniel Aikal pushing and shoving his way through Aiman Hafiz this time. Very aggressive rider Daniel Aikal is.
Okey, ini adalah pusingan terakhir. Kurang 1 minit 30 saat lagi. Masa yang ada untuk step lumba untuk melengkapkan sesi latihan bebas bagi Honda Dash. Gelap.
You can see the wind has really picked up. The clouds are on their way. Now suddenly it's sunny again at our side of the track. But I think rain, heavy rain is almost certain. I think we can really expect that to make its way now. And we're getting the news now that the checker flag is out for this session for the Honda Dash 1 to 5 challenge. Free practice. All the riders on your screen will come across the front straight and take the checkered flag. And they will conclude this session, and we'll wait for the all-exciting qualifying. That was a very big moment there for Aiman Hafiz, chattering all over from the front. But the riders do take the checkered flag, and they will prepare for the qualifying later on in the afternoon. Will it be a wet qualifying session that we are entertained to today? Because that will definitely be an interesting change. So for now, we wait for the rest of the riders to come across the checkered flag. And stay tuned, because right after this, we'll have the rest of the free practice sessions for the one-make race, and that will be the AEON Credit Series Yamaha NVX Challenge, followed by the free practice 2 for every other category that is involved.
Hai korang, kalau anda ingin memenangi motor Honda RSX, beli happy bag dengan harga RM60, dapat baju yang cantik ini, dapat stiker, dapat minyak hitam dengan harga RM60 dan anda berpeluang memenangi Honda RSX. Mari guys, beli, okey? Dekat Litar Perlumbaan Tangkak.
Back once again with the action, this time with the AEON Credit Series Yamaha NVX Challenge, with the sky starting to look a bit gloomy. So now the big question is the rain going to fall for the remainder of this session? Or is it going to stay dry for the next few minutes? That's all yet to be decided. For now, it is still a dry session. We're going to see what is to become. For now, we have the timings back online. And our Tsunami already at 54.461, gapping the rest by nearly a second. Now the rides still go on. We're looking at the big name, of course. It is our Tsunami who has the big opportunity to close off this championship as well. Points-wise, he's about 64 points ahead. A victory with 11 points in front of Ahmad Shakir. That is also given that Ahmad Shakir finishes somewhere below him, means that our Tsunami will be the champion, but it also depends on where Ahmad Shakir finishes. If our Tsunami finishes first and Ahmad Shakir finishes third, then our Tsunami does become the champion.
Yap, itu gambaran kedudukan kemungkinan akan berlaku dalam NVX Challenge ni. Untuk setakat ini 3 lap, hampir ke semua pelumba melengkapkan 3 lap dan sesi latihan bebas ini. Arah Tsunami sentiasa mendahului dan sekarang ini dengan 53.441 saat. Ya, satu-satunya pelumba melakukan 53. Ini dia Arah Tsunami. Tadi dia telah pun turun untuk sesi latihan bebas bersama dengan kategori WIRA KBS dan sekarang ini ialah kategori NVX Challenge. Dia menjuarai hampir kesemua pusingan yang pertama, kedua di sini ditangkap. Kemudian pusingan yang keempat, 5 dan juga yang ketujuh di Terengganu.
The aggression that our Tsunami has taken with these white lines, he's done a 52.730, 1.7 seconds faster than Ahmad Shakir Abdullah in second. But Ahmad Shakir is not giving up. He's still fighting for that second spot. But Muhammad Fazal Farouk, he's no slouch. We know that he's very fast and he can be the one to disturb Ahmad Shakir's defense to try and keep the title hopes alive. For now, look at our Tsunami. The way he just swings the bike in. He's got so much control. There's no one riding as aggressive as him. I haven't seen him ride this aggressive in a while. This is something else from our Tsunami. Oh, look how fast he's just swinging through these turns. He's in complete and utter control of that of the AEON Credit Series Yamaha NVX bike. It's unbelievable. And this could be another very good lap coming in for him. He comes across the line at 52.1. Absolutely remarkable. And Muhammad Fazal Farouk, he's not doing too bad either. He's done a 53.8, but compared to our Tsunami, it's no competition.
Ketiga di belakang Fazil ialah Adam Mukris 54.085, manakala tadi Shakir, tapi kedudukan itu sudah pun berubah kerana Ryan Cardini naik tempat yang keempat dengan 54.403. Ini ialah Adam Muris tadi. Kita melihat metro nombor 1 yang berdekatan dengan Ridwan Irfan di depannya. Ini adalah kedudukan 3 pelumba ni. Tanjung Hao bukan 23, di belakang sedikit, namun ni ada Muris. Keadaan ini yang
that was quite the crash at the last turn for the likes of Muhammad Ridwan Irfan, who wasn't doing too bad either. He's running an 8th. But one thing I do want to mention is our Tsunami has just set the new lap record with that 51.120. Unbelievable. Bested the lap record by 0.3 seconds. Here's the replay of what happened at the last turn there for the likes of Muhammad Ridwan Irfan. Just came in and lost the front, and the whole bike went under him as in one swooping motion. But wow, Muhammad Fazal Farouk has now gone up. He's done a 53.1. Adam Mukriz as well, a 54.0. And now Ahmad Shakir Abdullah, he's gone down to 5th, so starting to not look too good for Ahmad Shakir, because Arah Tsunami as well, another 52.1 for him. He's just comfortable and consistent in those times.
Ahmad Shakir Abdullah masih lagi berusaha. Berbaki kurang 2 minit untuk menamatkan sesi latihan bebas bagi NVX Challenge. Kedudukan top 3 ataupun kedudukan 3 pelumba masih lagi kekal, tidak berubah, terutamanya Arah Tsunami yang sentiasa konsisten, yang sentiasa mengungguli sejak dalam sesi ini kita lihat dari pusingan ataupun lap yang pertama tadi. Dan Aras terus memperbaiki catatan masa yang dilakukan setiap lap, termasuk di lap yang kelima tadi dengan 52.120 adalah yang terpantas. Dan itu adalah rekod baru yang dilakukan oleh Aras Tsunami.
It's unbelievable. Even his so-called slower laps are still faster than anyone else on the grid. He's just so in control of his bike. He's unbelievably smooth, and the way he's riding is something that you would have never seen another rider ride a scooter in this way. It's just unbelievable, the control that he has. And the drama for Ahmad Shakir Abdullah is starting to grow even more apparent, because now he's dropped down into 7th. He has not replicated another 54.1. He's not being able to drop any more than that. So everyone else is improving. Muhammad Fakhrul Zakwan, he goes up into 6th. Ahmad Adam Mukriz as well, he's in 5th. Ryan Kardani in 4th, all lapping low 54s or the higher 53s. For now we follow Azran Rifki Danish. He's running in 17th for now, 3.3 seconds off the pace of Aras Tsunami with a 55.136. You can see the riding style is so different on the scooters compared to the likes of this WIRA KBS or even the AEON credits, the Yamaha PETRONAS Super Series. Riding a scooter is just a whole different game. But for now, you can see again the sun is coming out, but there's still clouds around. It's really strange weather that we're having. But for now, the checker flag is out, and we'll wait for the rest of the riders to come across the line and complete this session. For now, I'm just looking out for Aras Tsunami's 9th lap, trying to see whether he can improve on his 52.1, whether perhaps he can do a 51. But now there's Ryan Kardani as well as the likes of Tan Jing Hao. Well, Ferdinand Iskandar as well, he's in this mix. And they come across the line, we're going to see whether there's any improvements at all. And by the looks of it, Haziq Shah, he moves up into 9th. Muhammad Al Shakir Zufairi, he goes up into 5th. And Ahmad Shakir Abdullah, he's gone down all the way to 8th now. So it's looking not too good for the likes of Ahmad Shakir Abdullah in his championship fight. And Aras Tsunami, he's going to be a happy chap as he goes into the pits, because he's a second clear with the new lap record. For now, the checker flag is out. All the riders have come across the line and taken the checker flag. The results will be up on your screens, and stay tuned, because after this we'll have plenty more action coming up ahead.
Baiklah, kita teruskan untuk sesi yang seterusnya. Kategori CP150 untuk kumpulan A. Membabitkan 13 pelumba. Mereka telah pun turun pada sesi yang pertama di sebelah pagi tadi. Namun yang merisaukan kita ini adalah keadaan cuaca. Kalau kita saksikan, ada ketika panas. Sekarang panas tapi mendung. Awan pun banyak, awan yang gelap. Kalau kita saksikan. Lihat di sini keadaan kembali panas. Itu yang tidak menentu, namun yang paling penting ialah kita tetap akan terus memberikan tumpuan perkembangan pelumba-pelumba, terutamanya dalam kategori untuk CB150A. Sesi yang pertama tadi di sebelah pagi, Kasma Daniel mencatatkan 43.520. Ikuti dengan Afif kedudukan yang kedua, Akid Aziz, Izzat Zaidi, Azroy, Faiz Zikri, Syarul Shazras, Helmi Azman, Ashraf Daniel, Syarul Izwan, Ramlan Rosli, Tengku Amirul Hafiruddin dan juga Syafiq Nazrul. Itu adalah kedudukan dan catatan masa berdasarkan catatan masa yang dilakukan dalam sesi yang pertama. Sesi yang kedua ini masih lagi awal, ada masa yang banyak lagi. Akid permulaan ini Daniel dengan 44.058.
That's a good first lap time ready from Akid Aziz. Earlier in the session for free practice 1, he did a 53.578, so he'll be looking to try and dip it lower, but it's a very good time all across the board so far. Because in free practice 1, we had the top 4 riders all hitting the 43.5s. Ooh, this is unfortunate. That is the likes of Syarul Shazras. Wonder whether he fell off or did he have a bike issue there. But for now, we continue on. We're feeling Kasma Daniel fastest in the free practice 1 for the CP150A of 43.520. Comes across the line, it should be a good one. It's a 43.7 for him. But Akid Aziz already on his flying lap. Second flying lap, apologies. 43.624, so good time. Good times actually coming in from Akid Aziz. He's looking quite confident, he's looking on form. We know that he's always been a strong rider out here in Tangkak, so he should be able to try and fight for the podium come the race tomorrow. But as right now, he's the defending champion. He is running in 5th with a 44.252. Helmi Osman's doing a decent job, a 44.187. Helmi Osman's free practice 1 was ended shortly after a clash with Ramlan Rosli, I believe it was. At the second turn, he did a 44.232 only in the first session. So already 44.1 for him. So he'll be looking to try and get into the better positions for the Super Pole. In front of him, he has his fellow Honda rider, Azra Hakim Anwar. Now there's 10 minutes left in this session, and still the pair of the Honda riders. Ooh, bit of a moment there for Helmi Osman. He nearly lost the front going into the chicane. It is quite a fast bend when you're trying to push for time, so yeah, you can see exactly what can happen, especially because it's downhill. From an uphill straight to the downhill, the suspension has to work a lot, and sometimes it just doesn't pick up the front quick enough. And for now, they come across the line, and yeah, I think that error just now made Helmi lose a bit of time, a few tenths. So it's another 44.4 this time for him. For now, Akid Aziz, the fastest rider, 43.624.
Bot ialah Akid Aziz sedang mendahului menurut catatan masa yang dilakukan dengan 43.624 yang terbaik untuknya setakat ini di lap yang ketiga tadi, namun baru saja melepasi satu lagi lap yang kelima, yang keenam. Dari garis lurus, kemudian ambil satu lagi selekoh. Itu adalah selekoh yang ketiga tadi, kemudian mereka mendaki menuju selekoh 4 dan juga 5.
Yamaha Afif is doing much better this time in this session. Apologies, no, it's about doing the same. He did a 43.5 in free practice 1, but only now he's managing a 43.7. So, but one thing I think the conditions are not too ideal right now because a lot of the riders are lapping slower than what they did in free practice one. Perhaps the cooler conditions favoring the setups of these riders, and perhaps even for the tires as well, because we're just not seeing the same fast-paced times that we saw in FP1. But Afif does improve now once again at 43.748. That pushes him up into second and pushes Kasmadenov down into third. He's at Zaidi now. He's running in fourth with a 43.853. So only the top four lapping below the 54-second benchmark.
Dua pelumba yang sentiasa dekat, Afif dan juga Izzat Zaidi. Izzat Zaidi sesi yang pertama tadi dengan 43.584 di kedudukan yang keempat di belakang Akid Aziz. Namun Akid sekarang masih konsisten dengan 43.542 adalah yang terbaik, terpantas takkan dilakukan oleh Akid Aziz. Sejatan masih dilakukan. Dan sesi yang pertama tadi 43.578. Jadi kita lihat ada peningkatan.
Yeah, Akid is looking really strong coming into this weekend because he's done 2 laps in a row with a 43.5, and he's the only rider who's been lapping in the 43s for the past 3 laps. So Akid is looking really strong no matter what the condition is. So it's going to be worrying signs for everyone else fighting for the championship because he can easily spoil the fight. For now, we follow on board with the fastest rider in this free practice 2 session. It's Muhammad Akid Aziz. Comes across now and does another 43.5. 3 laps in a row, he's done a 43.5. So consistent, so smooth, and he's done every lap perfect with that kind of consistency.
Enam minit lagi. Dan ini adalah Akid Aziz yang masih lagi konsisten dalam sesi yang kedua ini. Dia datang dengan begitu bersemangat untuk memberikan cabaran sebelum sesi kelayakan. Ini adalah sesi yang kedua, adalah lebih penting nak dibandingkan sesi yang pertama. Setiap sesi ada kepentingan untuk mereka untuk mendapatkan momentum, untuk mendapatkan kedudukan terbaik, mendapatkan keyakinan. Itu semua aspek yang perlu diambil kira.
Now we're looking at Akid Aziz still, who is the fastest rider in this session so far. Takes a look down at his bike. I wonder if he's spotting something that isn't really working well with him. Or perhaps he's just trying to find his footings in this session. Just 5 minutes left. Now here's Kasman Daniel. It's a bit of a contrast from what we saw this morning where he was the fastest. For now he's down into third. Interesting exit there from Kazma. I expected him to continue on the lap, but it looks like he's gone back towards the pit, so perhaps a slight change of setup for Kasma Daniel. For now, we look at Ahmad Afif Amran, the championship leader. He's done consistently in the 43.7s, but just unable to match Akid's time as of yet. But let's see this lap, because it looks like a good one coming in from him. Comes around the last turn quite cleanly. Across the line, it's a 43.8, so he's consistent there, but Akid just has that slight advantage over him in regards to timing.
Afif hanya bersorangan untuk melengkapkan satu lagi lap, untuk lap yang ke-11.
Now we're still following Ahmad Afif. He comes across, done another 43.9 this time, but still he's consistent below the 44s, but just unable to creep into the mid 43s. For now, behind him, I see there's Ranwan Rusli trying to pull at the tail of these riders. He's not doing a bad job either. He's about 1.3 seconds down the line of Akid Aziz's time with a 44.929. Shazra sees there you can see his bike there. A bit of a heartbreak for him. He still hasn't been able to come out again, so I guess it's perhaps a bit too much damage on his bike, so he's unable to continue and proceed on with this session. Just under 3 minutes remaining in this CP150A free practice 2. And right now there's still not been any improvements across the grid. Cosma has been consistent in the 43.7s again. For now we're looking at Azroy. He's been lapping in the lower 44s. His fastest time was a 43.9. So still plenty to be found for Azroy as well as for Helmi Azman. He's done a 44.068. Still here, we're looking at the defending champion once again, donning that number 1 on his bike, Azra Hakim Anwar from the Yuzi Idemitsu Honda Racing team. This weekend is just not looking quite right for Azroy. Unfortunate DNF already last week, last round. Izzat Zaidi now, he's the first to improve at 43.686. We haven't seen any improvements for a while now, but that's a good improvement there from Izzat Zaidi. Pushes him up into second.
Kedudukan Azrai tak berubah kalau ikutkan catatan masa yang dilakukan. Tadi adalah 44.076 di lap yang ke-16 untuk kekal di kedudukan yang ke-5. Berdasarkan catatan masa ini, masih ada ruang iaitu 1 minit. Selekoh yang terakhir dari Azrai, selekoh 9 untuk 1 lagi lap. Kedudukan Azrai tak berubah kalau kita perhatikan. Dia masih kekal di kedudukan yang ke-5 berdasarkan catatan masa yang dilakukan. Kemudian ini adalah Akid. 43675 yang terbaru ataupun di lap yang ke-16 tadi. Akid masih lagi konsisten dengan catatan masa 43 saat. Sebagaimana catatan terpantasnya 43542. Ambil 2 selekoh sebelum satu lagi selekoh. Ini adalah lap yang ke-17 menuju lap yang ke-17 untuk Akid. Kalau ikutkan 43.542. Azroy. Azroy terjatuh menuju penghujung, namun kita mengharapkan tidak berlaku sesuatu yang lebih buruk kepada Azroy. Jadi checker flag. Yang menyaksikan CP150A telah pun selesai, dan kalau kita perhatikan masih lagi kekal untuk Akid Aziz dalam sesi yang kedua dengan 43.542, diikuti dengan Izzat Zaidi, Afif, Kasma, Azroy, Azman, Faiz, Zekri. Itu adalah beberapa lagi pelumba yang akan melengkapkan pusingan ataupun lap yang terakhir ini untuk selesai latihan bebas yang kedua CP150A.
We're back once again for the final action of the morning session. It is a CP 150B free practice 2, and it looks like the sun's come out again for us for the final session of the day. And already really good time from the likes of Muhammad Muzakir and Nazrul Izzat on the first lap itself, 43.737 and a 43.8. Ooh, what a moment that was for Haziq there. I'm sure we're gonna get a replay of that. That was treacherous moments there for Haziq, who is currently our lap record holder, but the wind has really picked up now.
Jadi Haziq lakukan 43.269. Ini imbasan kedudukan. Dia mengambil seleko yang terakhir. Jadi ini adalah seleko yang sangat-sangat penting. Awal tadi pun, siaran tadi pun Daniel dah kongsikan itulah antara debarannya untuk setiap pelumba mengambil seleko. Dua seleko 9, seleko 8 sebelum itu juga sangat penting. Dan ini keadaan kita lihat Haziq.
Yeah, I think something's not right with Haziq's bike. He's had a twitch there again on the rear. He's going back to the pits. Perhaps he was thinking too much about the dirt track that's coming up across here, wanting to slide the rear so much. Muhammad Muzakir came across just now with a 43.6, so he improves again, and he's doing a really good pace so far in this morning, both morning sessions. Muhammad Muzakir is really one of the riders who I credit so much for his work rate and effort, the way that he always tries and betters his fitness. But it looks like he's having a bit of an issue as well. He keeps looking down at his bike, and I suspect that he's going to head back to the pits and perhaps have a slight readjustment to his bike. You see there, he's just running the white line, just let all the other fast riders pass. Behind him there is Izam Ikmal, also under the 1XOX tent. Oh, looks like Muhammad Muzakir is going to proceed on. Looked like he was going to head out, but for now he proceeds. Izam Ikmal right behind him there. And the times are starting to get bunched up. The top 8 all get under 0.5 seconds, but Muhammad Muzakir there, once again, he goes wide, lets everyone else pass. So he looks like he's in somewhat a discomfort with his bike, but he's choosing to continue for now.
Orang yang terlepas dalam sesi latihan bebas yang kedua dalam kumpulan A tadi, yang terpantas adalah Akid Aziz dengan 43.542. Namun dalam sesi yang sedang berlangsung lagi untuk kumpulan B ini ialah Musakir yang masih lagi mendahului dengan 43.621. Nazrul Izzat di kedudukan yang kedua, dan ini adalah pelumba yang masih lagi mencari catatan masa terbaik, Izam Ikmal. Izam Ikmal setakat ini 44.188 untuk dia berada kedudukan yang ke-9.
Yeah, Izam, he's still trying to find that extra pace that he needs, but he is still, I would suspect he's still recovering from his previous injury. So he still needs to find a bit more comfort, I would say. But we know that he is one rider that doesn't give up. He's a well-experienced rider, raced, even had a debut in the Moto3 World Championship. He's raced in the CEV Championship, so really no slouch. Asia Road Racing as well. He's a familiar name. So he follows Izam Iqbal now. He's running a 9, still 44.1, only his best. In front of him there is Muhammad Hairi Ashraf Mahmud. He's running in 7th with a 44.081. We still follow Muhammad Hairi Ashraf in the Wawepang Yamaha racing team. My name is still Izam Iqbal, so the pair of them will be doing more or less similar times, but there goes Izam on the inside of him. It's still 44.2 from Izam there, not particularly any faster. 44.1 again from Hairi Ashraf, so everyone more or less around the same timing. Muhammad Razaiman now is coming into our frame. He's down in 11th with a 44.530.
Simon Said yang berada di tempat yang ke-11. Berdasarkan catatan emas yang dilakukan, dia akan melengkapkan satu lagi lap.
Ooh, that was a huge crash there for Shafiq Azarik, but he got away from that spectacularly, and that could have been a really painful crash, but he escaped from that amazingly. He just lost the rear, and then I can see they're under the engine braking. Yeah, the engine braking just swifted to the left first, and then just went to the right and just suddenly locked on as he tried to bank in, and wow, he's lucky that he landed safely there. But we have someone's fairing coming out. That's Azhar Abdul Jalil. His fairing has disconnected from the rest of it, so he should be waved by the marshals to head back to the pits and get that sorted before continuing on in the session. As Ayman Tahiruddin, Ayman's not doing bad at all. He's up into 4th. 43.893 is his fastest. Haziq Fairo is just set at 43.506. So Haziq starting to get that pace that he had in the morning once again.
Bagi tadi dia lakukan 43.269 untuk sekaligus best lap dalam sesi latihan bebas yang dimiliki oleh Haziq Fairuz. Ini kedudukannya satu lagi lap. Yang terbaru dia lakukan 43.691 dalam kedudukan yang konsisten. Keluar semula.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it looked like his rear was twitching every time he went on the gas, so perhaps he wants to adjust it ever so slightly again. And for now, just 6.5 minutes left in this session. We're looking at Nazrul Izzat. Number 87, he's still fighting for the championship. He still wants to keep it alive.
Untuk Nazrul Izzat, sesi yang pertama sebelah pagi tadi, sekarang 43.753 untuk berada di kedudukan yang ke-6. Dan sekarang dia masih lagi mencari mendapatkan catatan masa lebih baik, namun konsisten dalam kedudukan yang ketiga di belakang Musakir, menolak Ayman Tahiruddin. Leko yang terakhir dan yang terbaru Zeza 43.886. Ketinggalan 0.178 di belakang Muzakir Muhammad dan juga Haziq Fairuz pendahulu.
And Nazrul Izzat, he's been consistent in the higher 43s, maybe trying to get into the consistency of the mid 43s, which is where the likes of Haziq Faris is doing. And we know Kasma as well in the earlier session. He was as well in the mid 43s to the higher 43s. So it's going to be quite the battle that we're going to have as we head on into qualifying and the races tomorrow. As well as that comes across now another 43.7. Just under 5 minutes left, and we're still following Nazrul Izzat. As he makes his way around. Now Nazrul Izzat, he comes across again another 44.0 this time, so his lap time dropping ever so slightly. And Nazrul Izzat in championship, he still sits second. So, given that Afif doesn't finish with a win, he should be able to claw back a good number of points. That is, if he's able to make it on the podium, and really bring it into the next round, round 9, which will be very important as we head into round 10. So for now, nothing can really be decided on this run itself, because we still have a chunk of 75 points, including this current round. Now there's Nazrul Izzat, you can see the aggression. He's an aggressive rider. It's always entertaining to watch him, but you can see once again, he came across a 44.0, so the lap time's starting to drop slightly for him. Perhaps now he's just trying race pace. You know, this could be just him gauging where he would be race pace wise, because he's done 13 laps non-stop.
Konsisten 44 saat yang dilakukan oleh Nazrul Izzat dan Haira Ashraf. Lumba ini di belakang sedikit di kedudukan yang ke-6 setakat ini dengan 44.038. Yang terbaik dilakukan, namun lap kita akan nantikan 2 selekor lagi untuk melihat adakah Haira Ashraf mampu untuk mencatatkan atau membaiki catatan masa yang dilakukan. Selekor yang terakhir 406. Ya, tidak banyak perubahan yang berlaku dan tidak banyak kita melihat keseluruhannya Daniel setiap pelumba dari segi catatan masa yang dilakukan. Kita kembali semula melihat aksi Haziq yang masih mendahului dari awal. Kita lihat 43506 dan yang terbaru dengan 44073. Catatan masa dilakukan oleh Haziq Fairuz. Perbezaan Musakir di kedudukan yang kedua di belakang Haziq ialah 0.115. Kita melihat lebih dekat on board bersama dengan Haziq mengambil 2 selekor. Ini adalah lap yang ke-13 untuk Haziq.
Yeah, Haziq looking like he's got that rear tire sliding issue already sorted, and this looks like it's going to be actually a good, just as I said it, twitchy on the exit there, another 43.7 for him. So yeah, it looks like still issues with the rear tire for Haziq. He's unable to just get that tire planted. It just keeps on trying to kick out, especially at that last turn, every time it goes on the exit. For now, here's Aiman Tahiruddin, doing a really good job, I must say, in 4th place, 43.791, his fastest. Gonna fill Aiman Tahiruddin into the second last turn, to that short run up into the last turn, that uphill stretch. As we saw, Haziq's bike constantly sliding, but Aiman's bike able to get through it very well, and a faster time it is for Aiman. 43.773 for him.
Dalam kedudukan yang baik untuk Aiman. 43.773. Itu adalah catatan masa yang terbaik dilakukan oleh Aiman setakat ini, dan ini mungkin satu lagi antara lap yang terakhir, seleko yang terakhir untuk Aiman dengan 43.675, lebih laju, lebih baik Daniel. Kali ini untuk Aiman, dia naik kedudukan yang ketiga di belakang Muzakir Muhammad, dan Haziq pastinya kekal selaku pendahulu, dan sekaligus menolak Nazirul Izzat Ayoy yang keluar tadi dan kembali semula. Kalau ikutkan Nazirul Izzat tadi 43.684, tetapi Aiman 43.675, tak jauh perbezaannya.
Yeah, the check flag is out now, so these two riders will conclude this session. As they come across the line through the last turn now, it's Aiman and Nazirul Izzat. They come across. Will it be improvements for Aiman as he comes across? It's another 43.9, so it's a good lap. But Nazirul Izzat unable to capitalize. He does a 45.419, and he remains fourth for now. Here comes Izam Iqmal. He comes across the line. Does he improve? And it's still not an improvement for Izam, unfortunately. But that concludes the CP150B free practice 2 and the morning sessions that we've had today. For now, the results will be up on your screens for the CP150B free practice 2.
Kita dah selesai untuk sesi sebelah pagi. Sebenarnya banyak lagi yang menanti anda di sebelah petang nanti, terutamanya membabitkan pusingan kelayakan. Jadi kita akan kongsikan apa yang akan berlaku di sebelah petang, dan ini dia, kita akan kembali pada jam 1.40 untuk latihan bebas yang kena untuk CP125, kemudian WIRA KBS, dan lepas itu barulah untuk sesi kelayakan dalam semua kategori untuk hari yang pertama pusingan ke-8 yang berlangsung di Litar Tangkak Johor ini. Jadi kita akan berehat. Kita akan kembali pada jam 1.40 petang nanti.